What secrets does the Colosseum in Rome really hide? Welcome to Collapse, where history comes alive and every video immerses you in the fate of those who shaped the world. Today, let's venture into the heart of Rome, in front of one of the most iconic monuments of antiquity, the Colosseum. Built under Emperor Vespasian and inaugurated by Titus in the year 80, it was the largest amphitheater ever erected. A theater of stone and blood, where up to 50,000 spectators applauded the gladiators, the wild beast hunts, and even the naval battles recreated in its flooded arena. But behind this grandeur, the Colosseum hides many enigmas. How could Rome erect such a stone giant in just a decade? And what do the still visible scars on its walls tell us, witnesses of earthquakes, plunder, and centuries of oblivion? But before we embark on a new adventure, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel to not miss anything. Thank you, and have a great journey. At the turn of the 1st century before Christ, the world is organized around several major powers, whose influence extends far beyond their borders. In East Asia, the Han dynasty reigns over China, unified since the end of the internal troubles that marked the Qin dynasty. The Han, having ascended to the throne as early as 206 before Christ, gradually consolidate their territories and develop a centralized administration. Under the reign of Emperor Wu from 141 before Christ, China experiences a period of military expansion, notably towards western regions, facilitating the opening of the Silk Road. Meanwhile, in Persia, the Parthian Empire stands as an unstoppable force. Heirs of the Parni, the Parthians ousted the Seleucids from Mesopotamia in the 2nd century before Christ and consolidated a state extending over present-day Iran, Iraq, and portions of Central Asia. Their feudal structure relies on powerful aristocratic families, while their heavy cavalry, famed for its mounted archers, constitutes one of the major assets of their military power. To the northwest of India, the Kushan kingdom emerges, originally formed by the Yuezhi, a nomadic people from the Central Asian steppes. Around the 1st century before Christ, these populations settle in the Oxus Valley, then extend their authority towards the plains of the Indus. Under the reign of Kujula Kadphises and his successors, the Kushan kingdom takes possession of part of northwestern India and maintains active trade relations with the Han China, as well as with the Near Eastern lands. This results in a sustained circulation of silks, spices, and luxury items, giving rise to cultural and religious exchanges. The Kushans adopt and promote Buddhism, contributing to the vitality of Greco-Buddhist art in the Gandhara region. Inherited from a marriage between Hellenistic aesthetics and Buddhist themes, the sculptures and frescoes of Gandhara reveal an unprecedented style, which attests to both a strong Greek imprint and a profound Indian spirituality. At the same time, on the American continent, in the Mesoamerican region, pre-classic civilizations sometimes ignored by outside observers are developing. The Olmecs, active on the Gulf Coast of Mexico from the 13th to the 4th century before Christ, leave a considerable legacy, paving the way for other regional entities. The pre-classic Maya civilization begins to assert itself in the lowlands of present-day Guatemala, notably in sites like El Mirador, Nakbe, and San Bartolo. These city-states erect imposing pyramids, embellish their stucco-painted facades, and structure a ruling class in which the priestly function holds a prominent place. Trade, though less developed than in the Mediterranean or Asia, connects specialized regions, for example, in the production of obsidian or jade. The existence of a sophisticated religious calendar, steeped in astronomical observations, reveals the intensity of the rituals that punctuate the life of these pre-classic societies. While Asia consolidates its empires and the first Mesoamerican builders lay the foundations of complex cities. Rome, for its part, sees its influence expand spectacularly. Around 100 before Christ, the Roman Republic had already completed the conquest of almost the entire Italian peninsula, but the thirst for expansion continued to grow among the political elites. The Mithridatic Wars, fought against Mithridates VI, ruler of the Kingdom of Pontus, shook the eastern Mediterranean between 88 and 63 before Christ. Located in the present-day coastal region of the Black Sea, Mithridates VI had posed as the champion of the Greeks of Asia Minor. Despite the popularity he enjoyed among these Helleноphone populations, he eventually yielded to the Roman military machine. The armies of Lucius Cornelius Sulla, then of Pompey, advanced into Anatolian territory, gradually establishing Rome's grip on this strategically crucial area. At the same time, Julius Caesar was attacking Gaul, led from 58 to 51 before Christ. This campaign is documented in the commentaries on the Gallic War, in which Caesar extols the discipline and bravery of his legions against the diversity of the Celtic peoples. The Gallic tribes, disunited and often rivals, struggled to contain the Roman advance, despite leaders such as Vercingetorix, who tried to rally local forces around a surge of resistance. With the defeat at Alesia in 52 before Christ, the fate of Gaul was sealed. It became a vast territory under Roman rule, whose pacification and Romanization would rely not only on military force, but also on cultural and economic integration. At the other end of the Mediterranean, the conquest of Egypt in 30 before Christ sealed Octavian's ascendancy, after his victory over Mark Antony and Cleopatra at Actium in 31. Before Christ, he transformed Ptolemaic Egypt into a Roman province, while preserving a special status. He controlled directly the grain supply, on which Rome depended for its demographic survival. At the cusp of the 1st century Anno Domini, Octavian, now Augustus, inaugurated the imperial era and imposed the Pax Romana over an increasingly vast space. This Roman peace was accompanied by monetary unification. Coins minted with the emperor's likeness circulated from Hispania to the edges of Judea, facilitating trade and serving as a propaganda vehicle. Roads, maintained by specialized services, crisscrossed the territory from the main axes of the Italian peninsula to the farthest margins. The Via Appia, the Via Flaminia, and the Via Domitia allow merchants, travelers, and officials to move across the empire in timeframes that are rapid for the era, thus promoting the exchange of products, languages, and practices. The Roman legions, stationed along borders like those of the Rhine or Danube, ensured internal stability despite occasional incursions by peoples beyond the limes. The prosperity resulting from these measures stimulated Mediterranean trade. Sicilian and African cereals, Italian wine, oil from Baetica, marble from Greece, and precious fabrics from the East pour into port cities. Increasingly pronounced economic specialization is noted, with each region providing key products. In Rome, the sprawling capital, the population is estimated at nearly 1 million inhabitants at the start of our era, fueled by an influx of slaves, merchants, and adventurers drawn by the promise of fortune. The Tiber Sea's innumerable barges navigate, while the port of Ostia remains an international crossroads where goods, commodities, and cultures blend. This incessant communication gives rise to a class of wealthy traders and entrepreneurs, benefiting from the support of political circles closely linked to the imperial household. The Pax Romana also flourished in the cultural realm. Under Augustus, art and literature became vectors of collective identity. The poet Virgil celebrated Rome as the new Troy in his epic The Aeneid, while Horace and Ovid exalted the golden age of an empire, governed by a virtuous princeps. In the provinces, local elites rushed to imitate these models, having forums inspired by the Forum of Augustus built, temples dedicated to the imperial cult, and venues for spectacles. At the heart of urban life, the Forum served as a central square, bringing together both political bodies and economic activities. The basilicas, large colonnaded halls, hosted courts and civic meetings. The temples formalized the connection between the city and the protective deities, among which were Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, not to forget the cult of the emperor, who embodied the unity of the Roman world. Beyond politics and economy, a genuine urban culture emerged, valuing collective hygiene and sociability. The baths, which are large, heated public baths, are like sanctuaries of leisure where relaxation and city life intermingle. Designed using a clever floor heating system, also known as the hypocaust, they offer several spaces with different temperatures and are supplied by impressive aqueducts, whose construction requires advanced engineering skills. Like the Ponte Guard in Gaul or the Aqua Claudia in Rome, these structures testify to Roman technical mastery. The baths also become the place where business, rumors, and public decisions are discussed, where people get their hair done, receive massages, and where one cultivates networks of influence. Parallel to these spaces for relaxation and meeting are the entertainment venues, the main theaters of collective life under the empire. The Romans inherited the Greek tradition of theater, where comedies, tragedies, or pantomimes are performed, but they reinterpreted it to showcase their scenic virtuosity. However, the most characteristic innovation of the Roman world lies in the amphitheater, an elliptical structure accommodating crowds all around an arena. While the oldest stone amphitheater in the Roman world seems to be that of Pompeii, built around 70 before Christ, its design would rapidly become widespread, becoming the emblem of an empire whose power is also expressed through the organization of bloody spectacles. The Roman people are, indeed, eager for this type of entertainment. Gladiatorial games present the clash of fighters, each equipped in the manner of a conquered people, or according to a military archetype. The Thracian, the Retiarius, the Secutor, whose specificities recall the eclectic nature of the empire. Various sources mention the fascination of the crowds for these athletes, whom some consider genuine heroes. The most accomplished victors arouse popular enthusiasm, sometimes being granted their freedom as a reward through the presentation of a rudis, the symbolic wooden sword. Beyond the shed blood, these spectacles convey the idea that Rome is only strong through the bravery of its men and the ability of each to overcome the fear of death. In the same vein, the Venationes or hunts stage exotic animals imported from Africa or Asia. Lions, tigers, leopards, bears, and even crocodiles captivate an audience that, for the most part, has never seen such animals. Watching them released into the arena, confronted by trained hunters, the bestiaries or venatores, evokes a blend of fascination, horror, and civic pride. Rome thus proves its ability to dominate nature and showcase the fruits of its distant expeditions. The arrival of these beasts, transported in entire consignments, involves significant logistics. Specialized merchants, veterinary care, the supply of cages, all work together to make these spectacles a technical, economic, and ideological culmination. Executions of convicted individuals, often relegated to the end of the daily program, remind everyone that imperial justice is relentless. Prisoners of war, revolting slaves, or common criminals become tragic figures whose fate is sealed before tens of thousands of spectators. This practice is not merely a grim entertainment. It also carries a ritual and didactic dimension, meant to remind citizens of the state's coercive power. In some cases, executions mimic mythological scenes, which enhances the theatrical dimension of the punishment. Seeing a condemned individual tortured in the guise of Icarus or Orpheus left a strong impression by giving the sensation of witnessing a divine punishment reinterpreted for judicial purposes. Around these entertainments, the idea of a people united by collective enthusiasm crystallizes. Emperors or magistrates in charge of organizing the games, such as edils, quaestors, or praetors depending on the time, ensure to provide the plebs with bread and circuses to maintain social cohesion. Distributions of wheat, called annonay, stabilize the supply for the poorest, while free access to the amphitheater or circus cultivates a sense of gratitude toward the power. This policy of panem et circenses nourishes both the legitimacy of the regime and diverts the people from potential inclinations toward revolt. This system does not exclude the presence, within the stands, of the senatorial aristocracy, jealous of its privileged position closest to the arena, as evidenced by the strict hierarchy of access to different seating levels. In this vast panorama, ranging from 100 before Christ to 100 Anno Domini, plural centers of power assert themselves. The Han China in the east consolidates its territory and extends its influence towards Central Asia. The Parthian Empire controls the juncture between the Mediterranean and the Orient, and the Kushan Kingdom brings an original artistic and religious breadth to northwest India. The pre-classical Mesoamerican cultures, for their part, erect city-states that will lay the foundations for later civilizations. Yet, none rival the expansion of Rome around the Inner Sea. The Mithridatic Wars, the conquest of Gaul, and the annexation of Egypt give the Republic, and then Augustan Principate, considerable economic and military strength. The Pax Romana, with its safe roads and coins struck with the imperial effigy, materializes the unity of the empire, while Mediterranean trade takes on a new cosmopolitanism, mixing products, know-how, and religions from all horizons. The cities, the pivot of the Roman model, are endowed with forums, monuments, and baths, and see social practices flourish, framed by codes of civility. The theaters, a reinterpreted Greek heritage, and the first provincial amphitheaters, such as that of Pompeii, signal the local anchoring of the Roman culture of spectacle. No other factor of cohesion surpasses, however, the attraction of the brutal games that take place in the arena: gladiatorial combat, rare animal hunts, spectacular executions. Beyond the violence, these official festivities illustrate the ideology of an empire, confident in its legitimacy, convinced of dominating nature, and holding under its authority the conquered peoples. Over the years, the crowd becomes passionate about the feats of its helmeted heroes, outraged or applauding during sentences, and exalting the power that makes fierce beasts and exotic gladiators converge from the ends of the earth. Modern archaeologies, by studying written sources, reliefs, and monument remains, confirm the central place of this culture of spectacles in the cohesion of Roman society. The notables, while rivaling in munificence, strive to finance ever more lavish performances. Similarly, in some remote provinces such as Lusitania or Numidia, inscriptions are found extolling the generosity of governors who organized gladiator combats to mark a public event. The Pompeian frescoes, for their part, depict the fervor of the crowd gathered at the amphitheater, reminding how attending these spectacles relied on a collective desire for entertainment and identification with the Roman military strength. The triumphal parades, organized to celebrate military victories, also punctuate the narrative of a global conquest. The victorious general, acclaimed by the population, displays to the city captives and confiscated treasures, illustrating thereby the intimate link between martial spirit and the magnificence of public festivities. The active participation of provincial elites in the Romanization process is reflected in the construction of monumental public spaces modeled after Italic designs. Under the impetus of Agrippa, son-in-law and collaborator of Augustus, numerous hydraulic infrastructures and entertainment buildings emerge in the provinces. Roman culture thus spreads through garrisons, trade, and civic institutions, establishing a sense of belonging to a common entity dominated by imperial power. In 1st century Rome, the year 69 Anno Domini marks a major turning point in the political history of the empire. At that time, the Julio-Claudian dynasty, founded by Augustus and continued by his successors, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and then Nero, collapses under the weight of internal tensions and heightened rivalries. Palace intrigues, military uprisings, and uncertainty about the legitimacy of imperial power lead to an unprecedented situation. Over a few months, 4 emperors succeed one another: Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and finally Vespasian. This civil war, often referred to as the Year of the 4 Emperors, leaves the city of Rome and its inhabitants in constant anxiety, while the legions stationed at the empire's borders vie for the most favorable investiture for themselves. Vespasian, born Titus Flavius Vespasianus, does not belong to the old Roman aristocracy. He comes from a relatively modest family from the province of Sabine, northeast of Rome. After a notable military career in the provinces, particularly in Britannia, present-day England, and Judea, he receives decisive support from the Eastern Army, commanded by his close allies. In December 69, Anno Domini, he is proclaimed emperor, ending the chaotic succession of his predecessors. For Rome, this transition comes with relief. Order slowly returns, while Vespasian's supporters promote the image of a more sober and reliable leader than Nero. The Flavian regime, established by this new emperor, intends to break away from the extravagances that characterized the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. One of the main challenges Vespasian faces is restoring the citizens' confidence in the imperial institution after the successive failures of his predecessors. Under Nero, Rome had suffered a gigantic fire in 64 Anno Domini, followed by the lavish construction of the Domus Aurea, a personal palace the emperor had built on the ruins of entire neighborhoods. This initiative had shocked public opinion, which saw in this golden complex a symbol of selfishness and megalomania. The Roman population, weary of Neronic whims, now expected a strong gesture from the new leader. For the Flavians, it becomes crucial to rally the people around common projects and to distance themselves from this imposing memory. The construction of a large-scale public building appears as the best opportunity to prove their goodwill. To succeed in this ambitious project, Vespasian must find the necessary financial resources. However, the state's coffers have already been largely depleted by Nero's extravagant spending and the costs of the civil war. The new emperor must, therefore, be inventive. He first mobilizes the booty brought back from Judea, where his son Titus had recently achieved a decisive victory against the Jewish insurgents. The treasures seized from the Temple of Jerusalem, valued at a considerable sum, then become a valuable foundation for undertaking major urban works. Furthermore, to sustain public funds, Vespasian establishes new taxes, including the urine tax, sometimes called the toilet tax, aimed at taxing the use of urine as a bleaching agent in the textile trade. Finally, he proceeds with the requisition of expropriated lands around Nero's palace, which will be reassigned to host future complexes for the populace. Beyond financial considerations, the new Flavian dynasty places crucial importance on political communication. With Vespasian, and later his sons Titus and Domitian, there is a staging of imperial power that aims to reconnect Rome to its foundational values. In official speeches, the mention of the Restitutio Urbis highlights the desire to rebuild the city on solid moral and social foundations, free from past excesses. The Flavians promote the image of a return to traditional virtue, invoking the legendary simplicity of the Republican era to rally senatorial elites while reassuring the people. By reinforcing the idea that the new empire is restoring dignity to the city, the power seeks to erase the Nero-like disorders and embody reassuring stability. The trauma left by Nero's brief but harmful reign indeed prompts Vespasian to mark a clear break with the past. In Roman mentality, an emperor must display his piety and honor the gods who protect the city. However, Nero seemed to ignore this aspect, instead favoring displays of his personal ambition. The new Flavian regime, on the contrary, multiplies gestures towards temples and sacred places, seeking to restore civic religion to its former place. Through numerous dedications, sacrifices, and official processions, Vespasian presents himself as the guardian of traditions. This public return to piety reassures the people and contributes to the legitimacy of an emperor whose birth does not belong to the old nobilitas. Alongside this reaffirmation of traditional worship, Vespasian and his family make sure to exploit existing patronage networks. In Rome, clienteles play a central role. Prominent figures ensure the protection of their clients, who, in return, support them politically. The Flavians work to expand their circle of allies by rewarding senators and knights who supported their rise to power. They also offer gratuities to soldiers and veterans, thus reinforcing the loyalty of the legions. In this climate of reconstruction, the new regime's policy emphasizes civic solidarity while severely repressing those who might threaten the regained stability. The idea is to show the Roman world that security and collective well-being now depend on adhesion to the Flavian order. The very personality of Vespasian is then highlighted as a symbol of a new era. Unlike Nero, who liked to perform on stage, singing and acting in tragedies before an amused or horrified audience, Vespasian cultivates the image of a simple, almost rustic man who puts imperial duty above his personal inclinations. Ancient historians, such as Suetonius for instance, recount his sometimes gruff humor and highlight his refusal to adopt an overly lavish lifestyle. The little witticisms of the new emperor, his jokes about the cost of living, or the pragmatism of his financial decisions, aim to bring him closer to the modest classes. This strategy reinforces the moral authority he wishes to embody, strongly opposing the memory of Nero's decadent court. In this transitional period, another fundamental aspect of Flavian ideology lies in the military stability that the emperor manages to restore. The legions, scattered over an immense territory ranging from Britain to Syria, had been regularly involved in succession quarrels. To consolidate his regime, Vespasian works to satisfy senior officers and maintain direct relations with governors of key provinces, such as Syria and Egypt. He also ensures to reward soldiers who fought to support him or suppress residual opposition. Gold coins, farmland, and hierarchical promotions are incentives to remain loyal. Furthermore, the triumph celebrated for the victory in Judea helps establish his reputation as an effective commander and authoritative legislator. The need to present an image of unity is also expressed in architecture and major public projects. Like the construction of a temple or the renovation of existing forms, the erection of a spectacular building gives the emperor the opportunity to demonstrate his generosity and concern for the common good. By proclaiming that these monuments belong to the crowd rather than to the imperial family, the Flavians intend to set themselves apart from the Neronian policy, deemed too self-centered. This desire to manifest concrete support to the people aims to cement the dynasty's popularity by emphasizing that it serves a Rome emerging from its trials. Each stone laid, each facade inaugurated, thus becomes an act of propaganda, reminding of the city's regained greatness. In this perspective, the Colosseum, officially named the Flavian amphitheater, stands out as the flagship project of imperial propaganda. Even though its construction spanned from 72 to 80 Anno Domini and exceeded the sole reign of Vespasian, it splendidly embodies the rupture with Nero's Domus Aurea. Where the former emperor had erected a private and elitist space, the Flavians offer a place of entertainment open to all citizens, regardless of their social class. This ambition reflects the concern to re-establish a direct link between power and the population through spectacles and festive gatherings. The vast stands, the capacity to accommodate thousands of spectators, all symbolize the renewed vigor of Rome and the generosity of a dynasty concerned with the public interest. The emperor also ensures that Flavian magnanimity is widely relayed by a cultural elite often close to power. Poets, orators, and historians, such as Martial or Tacitus, write texts glorifying the restored stability, even highlighting the personal qualities of Vespasian and his sons. Official ceremonies, such as the inauguration of monuments or the holding of religious festivities, provide an ideal framework to spread the idea of a Rome in full Renaissance. Coins, minted in the emperor's name, also serve as a medium for this surge of propaganda. They often feature symbols of prosperity, victory, or concord. Thus, at the core of Flavian politics lies the desire to reconcile the population with the imperial principle, surrounding it with splendor that seems inclusive rather than personal. The initiatives taken by Vespasian, in line with these principles, reflect an imperial determination to refound the state on solid bases. Each budgetary imperative, each monumental project, is conceived as the promise of a moral renaissance. Long before the erection of the immense amphitheater we now call the Colosseum, the area between the Caelian, Esquiline, and Palatine hills presented a landscape profoundly different from what we know today. For a modern and international audience, it is essential to recall that in ancient Rome, these three hills already occupied a major place. The Caelian, sometimes spelled Caelius, rose to the southeast of the future amphitheater. The Esquiline, to the east, formed one of the city's largest hills, extending into an area then less densely populated. As for the Palatine, it constituted the historical and legendary heart of Rome, where the first Romans are said to have founded their primitive dwellings long before the imperial period. At the end of the 1st century before Christ, this valley between the three hills served as a residential area dotted with various modest developments. Under the Republic, there were ordinary houses, shops, and sometimes private gardens. However, the site's appearance changed radically after the reign of Emperor Nero from 54 Anno Domini. Well known for his passion for the arts and grand architectural projects, Nero undertook to equip himself with an entirely unprecedented imperial residence for its time, dubbed the Domus Aurea, a Latin term meaning literally golden house. This Domus Aurea spread over a considerable area and included several pavilions, galleries of honor, rooms richly decorated with frescoes and stuccos, as well as courtyards intended for the enjoyment of the emperor and his guests. To better impress the Roman world, Nero even desired to remodel the urban topography to satisfy his extravagant tastes. The site, now known as the Colosseum Valley, then became an immense artificial lake designed to integrate into the sumptuous complex of the Domus Aurea. This aquatic space, dug into the ground, extended over a substantial portion of land. Some historians believe it approximately covered the total area of the current amphitheater and its immediate surroundings. Where thick travertine walls, vast paved plazas, and a complex network of underground galleries would later stand, one used to observe the reflections of the water, and the outlines of ornamental vegetation. The purpose of this lake was not merely aesthetic. It aimed to create a surprise effect for visitors discovering the imperial residence. Between the hills, the water reflected a play of lights that enhanced the gilded facades of the pavilions, decorated with gold and precious marbles. The numerous rooms of the Domus Aurea were punctuated with monuments, some of which were located on artificial islands. This luxurious arrangement was part of the vast reconstruction enterprise undertaken by Nero after the Great Fire of Rome in 64 Anno Domini. This disaster, whose exact causes continue to spark debates, had devastated a large part of the city. In the ravaged areas, the emperor often authorized ambitious urban transformations, intended, according to his own words, to embellish the empire's capital. However, undertaking such a project led to numerous expropriations. Families were displaced or evicted, and public opinion began to deteriorate towards Nero. To many, the emperor was investing too much wealth for his own benefit. The artificial lake of the Domus Aurea, in particular, crystallized the criticisms. This body of water illustrated unimaginable opulence, transforming a public part of the city into a private decor. Ancient chronicles, such as those of Tacitus, described how, in the wake of this construction, the population murmured that Nero was losing all sense of measure. Despite these hostile witnesses, the Domus Aurea, with its lake, functioned as a symbol of Neronian power. It was completed by annexed pavilions scattered on the slopes of the Esquiline. The architects Severus and Celer, to whom tradition attributes the design, demonstrated remarkable inventiveness. Rooms with a rotating dome, a dining room with a ceiling pierced to diffuse perfumes and flower petals, innovations in the use of stucco and frescoes. The water of the lake thus combined with artificial groves and small ornamental gardens. In the distance, one could see the roofs of popular Rome, contrasting with this enclave of almost unreal luxury. Nevertheless, the fall of Nero in 68 Anno Domini and the tumultuous civil war of 69 brought about a radical shift. Following these conflicts, Vespasian, the first emperor of the Flavian dynasty in 69 Anno Domini, intended to make a political and ideological break from Nero. One of the priorities was to return public spaces to the Roman people and, in the same move, symbolize the restoration of traditional morality. As soon as he came to power, Vespasian and his entourage decided to dismantle or reclaim the edifices of the Domus Aurea that betrayed the excessive opulence of the former regime. The Golden Palace was partially dismantled, and the strongest idea was to drain the famous lake, deemed useless and too associated with the fallen emperor's grandeur madness. The decision to drain and fill in this aquatic surface involved immense drainage works. Roman engineers were already mastering various hydraulic techniques thanks to the experience gained in constructing aqueducts, baths, and irrigation canals. In the case of the artificial lake, it was first necessary to open channels to allow the water to flow towards the Cloaca Maxima, Rome's main sewer, which dated back to the royal era and continued to be used for draining the city's wastewater. The workers deployed on the site gradually removed the ornamental materials, then consolidated the edges. The original banks, which served as shores, were demolished or reshaped to form a solid bed for the new infrastructure Vespasian wanted. Once the water was drained, it was necessary to fill the space thus gained. The Romans excelled in the use of tile concrete called opus caementitium. It was a mixture of lime, stone, or brick chips, and gravel, which upon drying formed an extremely resistant material. Before pouring this concrete, earth and rubble backfill was deposited to level the surface. Layers of rubble were compacted, then a waterproof mortar was added to ensure stability. Several successive layers constituted a foundation platform capable of eventually supporting the colossal weight of the future entertainment structure. The engineers were aware that the amphitheater would include arches, imposing tiers, and staircases. They therefore had to prepare foundations of exceptional solidity. Parallel to the filling work, another project took shape. It involved neutralizing the remaining installations of the Domus Aurea in this area. Some pavilions were walled off, others integrated into new projects. Galleries with sumptuous decor were sealed, and masonry blocks were thrown over spaces that were once luxurious. Artisans, demobilized soldiers, and enslaved captives from various wars took turns on these tasks. Ancient sources testify to the speed with which Rome reclaimed the space, even though the entire new amphitheater project would not begin to materialize until 72 Anno Domini. This preliminary period, during which the lake disappeared, was a pivotal moment. The Flavians slowly erected what would become an undisputed symbol of their dynasty, and beyond that, of the entire empire. Amid these demolitions and earthworks, however, one event drew renewed attention. The colossal statue of Helios Nero, commissioned by the emperor himself, dominated the Domus Aurea area. According to descriptions by Pliny the Elder and other chroniclers, this monumental figure was over 30 meters high. It depicted Nero in the guise of the Greek sun god, Helios, with a radiant crown. Located not far from the lake, it served as a visual landmark for anyone approaching the imperial residence. Romans of the time recounted that due to its titanic size, it could be seen from far away, symbolizing, in Nero's intent, the absolute radiance of his person. However, under the Flavians, there was little desire to glorify an emperor whose memory was tainted by scandals and policies deemed tyrannical. Rather than destroy it entirely, it was decided to transform it. The historian Suetonius and other sources mention that Emperor Vespasian, or more likely his son Domitian, had many of Nero's features removed to remodel it into the statue of a neutral god, or alternatively dedicate it to the sun god, now Sol. Complex techniques of hammering and bronze refashioning were certainly employed, as this statue was a masterpiece of foundry. Artisans had to redefine the head, erase its details, to make it an impersonal colossus. Some theories even suggest that the dedication of the statue was changed several times to attribute it to various gods, according to successive regimes. In any case, this monument, now stripped of its Neronian aspect, retained its gigantic dimensions and gave, in posterity, its nickname to the future arena. Indeed, the word Colosseum derives from this colossal statue that stood right next to it. Inhabitants and travelers would eventually call the amphitheater Colosseum, in reference to this bronze guardian. This choice to maintain the statue on site, but without the frontal memory of Nero, reflects the political will of the Flavians. They sought to reclaim the artistic heritage to better appropriate it. The presence of such a redefined work allowed them to prove that they were part of Rome's architectural revival, while gradually erasing the reviled personality of the fallen emperor. The space, thus made available by the draining of the lake, proved crucial for erecting a structure meeting the aspirations of the people. Instead of an inaccessible body of water, the population would benefit from a building designed to accommodate crowds. Symbolically, Nero's former privileged place was returned to the Roman community. For some time, before the actual foundations of the future Colosseum began in 72 Anno Domini, the area must have seemed puzzling to the inhabitants of the capital. The initial backfilling works created a landscape in constant transformation, littered with debris, construction materials, planks for scaffolding, and stored stone blocks. Access roads were at times temporarily blocked or diverted, forcing merchandise carts to bypass this vast zone in full metamorphosis. Modern archaeologists believe that temporary canals must have been set up to continue draining rainwater and prevent the former bed of the lake from turning into a quagmire during heavy downpours. The remains of Neronian pavilions, located further on the Esquiline, were nonetheless partially preserved. Later, deeply buried, they offer us today, during excavations, fragments of an exceptional decor, polychrome frescoes, delicate stuccos, remnants of wall mosaics, and inscriptions. Decorations that, underground, awaited rediscovery centuries later. As the project envisioned by Vespasian advanced, teams of architects and surveyors worked on setting up the definitive layout of the arcades. They assessed the stability of the ground, checked the proper distribution of future loads, and planned the accesses that would allow spectators to circulate within the immense amphitheater. As for the valley, now devoid of water, it was necessary to ensure that no major subsidence would compromise the upper tiers or the underground galleries to come. In this logic of reappropriation, care was taken in the surrounding monuments to leave traces of the Flavian intervention. Certain arches on the southern side, later encompassed by the Colosseum, were built in such a way that one could distinguish the brickwork specific to Vespasian's era. Dedicatory inscriptions on marble plaques or stone blocks proclaimed the restitution of this land to the enjoyment of the Roman people. The preparatory works, while spectacular, were meant as a strong message. The excessively personal kingship of Nero was giving way to a form of collegiality, where the emperor was expected to safeguard the common good. This propaganda strategy was embedded in the official concept of the restitution of the city. Etymologically, to restitute means to give back. Thus, the Flavian dynasty claimed to return to Rome what Nero had taken away. As the site progressed, modern excavations also revealed the existence of technical channels that ran beneath the lake. They not only allowed water to be supplied to the basin, but also drained at will. Lead cups, perhaps used as siphons, can be observed there, as well as fragments of terracotta piping. The decision to fill the area with rubble did not prevent keeping, wherever possible, corridors that could be reused later. For example, certain access corridors to the lake were later transformed into underground passages leading to the substructures of the amphitheater. In antiquity, the versatility of spaces was the rule. Galleries initially intended for the Domus Aurea could thus be repurposed for the logistics of the games, the storage of animals, or the transport of stage machinery. Freed from its Neronian connotation, this intermediate zone between the Caelian, Esquiline, and Palatine therefore remained an ideal location, close to the ceremonial center, sufficiently vast to host a massive construction, and already well connected to Rome's main arteries. The proximity of the Via Labicana, the future Via Casalina, and the Via Appia ensured a constant flow of visitors, merchants, and supplies. The project's supervisors knew that the construction of a great amphitheater would require a considerable workforce and numerous material deliveries. Indeed, although the travertine stone came mainly from Tivoli, about 30 kilometers from Rome, marble, bronze, and wood were also imported from more distant regions. Before the first arcade could be set in place, it was necessary to ensure that the site was ready to receive monumental blocks and series of columns. If Vespasian's will was decisive in designating this precise point, planning an amphitheater in place of a lake also had a highly useful symbolic significance. Water, associated with private luxury, had to give way to solid ground, synonymous with stability and renewal. By filling in one of the largest liquid mirrors of the Domus Aurea, it was clearly manifested that the city was reclaiming its rights. Other emperors, before and after Vespasian, undertook public works, such as the construction of forums or baths. But the transformation of an imperial lake into a place of spectacle reflected the desire to erase Nero's memory while offering the people a grandiose edifice. It should be noted that a few steps from this area, slaughterhouses and enclosures intended for wild beasts which would serve future hunts, the Renovations, were to be developed for the games. The public, thirsty for entertainment, would thus find a gathering place dedicated to celebrations, gladiator fights, and other spectacular performances. Finally, during subsequent excavations or restoration work carried out during the Renaissance, and later, archaeologists came across remains of this filled-in lake, pilings, and traces of Flavian-era embankments. Roman earthwork techniques still hint at the scale of the site before the construction of the famous amphitheater. As for the colossus itself, it seems to have been moved under Hadrian, who ordered the erection of a temple of Venus and Rome at the eastern end of the Forum. It is said that several elephants were required to haul this gigantic statue. While the legend is unclear, it is likely that lifting machines and the strength of a large number of workers were used. With each dynastic renewal, the colossal effigy underwent modifications to correspond, at various times, to the cult of a particular god, illustrating the relativity of imperial iconography. For the record, it was ultimately the inhabitants, during the early centuries Anno Domini, who popularized the designation Colosseum to refer to this area, initially referring to the colossus statue standing in front. Then, through a shift in vocabulary, the amphitheater itself eventually became known as the Colosseum. The enormity, monumentality, and singular character of the place became entrenched in the collective consciousness, so much so that the expression, somewhat ironic at first, became the official name. Originally, under Vespasian and Titus, it was rather called the Amphitheatrum Flavium, the Flavian Amphitheater. However, in posterity, no one will remember this name, as the term Colosseum will prevail, primarily evoking the idea of unheard-of grandeur. The year Anno Domini 72 marks the official start of the construction of a vast amphitheater in the city of Rome, under the impetus of Emperor Vespasian, founder of the Flavian dynasty. This colossal project stands out in many ways due to the scope of its organization and the mobilization of a diverse workforce. Ancient sources do not provide the name of the principal architect. The anonymity surrounding this figure enhances the mystery surrounding the architectural conception of this soon-to-be legendary edifice. Nevertheless, multiple trades contributed to this monumental site. Stonecutters, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, sculptors, and porters worked together to erect this imperial symbol. Among the workers, there was a significant number of Judean slaves, captured during the suppression of the revolt in Judea between Anno Domini 66 and 70. The reassignment of these prisoners to large public works is not unheard of in Roman history, but the Flavian amphitheater confirms the unprecedented scale of the available servile workforce. Roman construction sites obey a strict hierarchy. Contractors recruit, pay, and coordinate, while imperial officials ensure the smooth progress of the work. Foremen supervise the cutting and placement of blocks, the assembly of scaffolding, and the rapid distribution of essential tools needed. On the technical level, the major innovation lies in the widespread use of opus caementitium, a concrete made from hydraulic lime and stone fragments. This method, perfected over the previous 2 centuries, offers unparalleled flexibility in implementation. Builders can pour the mixture into tight wooden molds, allowing for the rapid creation of walls or vaults. The masonry core obtained is covered with carefully cut blocks of travertine extracted near Tivoli, while a metal rod mesh, called stirrup iron, consolidates each row of assembled stone. The arcades on the ground floor, built in large travertine blocks, give the structure its external majesty. Each arcade is carefully vaulted, a process that Roman engineers master perfectly thanks to their expertise in the keystone and wooden formwork. The rounded blocks at the top fit together precisely, while dormant metal clamps are inserted to prevent any sliding. Above this first ring, 2 more levels of arcades are successively erected, adorned with Ionic and Corinthian orders, respectively, giving the whole a visual effect of lightness and harmony, while consolidating the overall solidity of the entire monument. Above these 3 superimposed rings, a solid wall rises to form the attic, the ultimate level, whose upper part accommodates the beams designed to support the mast system of the velarium. Windows alternate with marble panels, once decorated with pilasters or cartouches, honoring the Flavian dynasty. The operations proceed according to a tight schedule. The imperial will demands that the construction progresses quickly to offer the Roman people a building that meets their expectations. The stonemasons then produce a remarkable pace, working day and night by torchlight. The team responsible for the framework must, in turn, design complex scaffolding to put the massive blocks in place without interrupting the comings and goings of other workers. Enormous lifting machines, operated by winches and capstans, facilitate the vertical transport of travertine from the ground to different levels. The precision of positioning depends on meticulous marking. Each piece is numbered, its location within the structure planned in advance. At the heart of this meticulous order, the Roman overseers note each step, as the reliability of the amphitheater will be a guarantee of prestige for Vespasian. As the construction progresses, travertine is not the only material used. Tough stone and baked brick are also used to build the internal parts or fill the voids. The barrel vaults connecting the successive levels rely on transverse arches in opus caementitium, reinforced by segments of iron bars. The combination of lightweight stones and brickwork courses limits the total weight while maintaining the necessary robustness of the structure. Lime baths protect the walls against moisture, thus improving overall longevity. The amphitheater must accommodate approximately 50,000 spectators, and the logistical challenge is immense: how to get this crowd in and out without causing chaos. The architects then design an ingenious system of vomitoria, or vomitories, these galleries radiating from the center of the building outward. Each stair span opens onto a specifically numbered arch, allowing visitors to find their place quickly. The hallways are sized to avoid bottlenecks, and the fluidity of the whole allows the complete evacuation of the building in less than a quarter of an hour, according to estimates from ancient sources. This arrangement marks a revolution in Roman and imperial urban planning. At the same time, the teams responsible for water management and sanitation work on integrating pipes and latrines to meet the needs of such a large crowd. Underground conduits collect rainwater, evacuate liquid waste, and help prevent potential flooding in the lower zone of the construction site, once occupied by Nero's artificial lake. The masonry must thus be waterproof and resistant, as the particularly soft ground risks settling under the structure's weight. The masons then reinforce the foundations in continuous casting, consolidated by wooden beams. After the completion of the main foundations and the raising of the arches, comes the crucial moment of installing the velarium, this immense canvas designed to protect spectators from the sun and rain. To do this, large masts are used, often reclaimed from decommissioned warships, to support the network of ropes. The sails, made of thick linen, are then assembled according to a cleverly designed grid, allowing them to slide or fold partially. The maneuver is entrusted to a team of Syrian sailors familiar with navigation and maritime rigging techniques. This team of sailors, selected for their expertise, is tasked with adjusting the tension of the sails and carrying out the final deployment maneuvers according to weather changes. The regular maintenance of these canvases requires special care. Natural oils are used to waterproof them and prevent tears caused by wind or temperature fluctuations. The risks of fire also exist, although linen is less vulnerable than wood. Each mast rests on a specially designed base, anchored in the attic's masonry. Among the workers are also weavers, responsible for the solidity of the velarium. The Romans perfected the art of naval construction, and these maritime skills found an unexpected application here. Between 75 and 79 Anno Domini, under the supervision of Vespasian and his son Titus, the work progressed at a consistently supported pace. The upper stands were erected, the interior decoration refined, and large marble plaques were sculpted. Artists and mosaicists decorated certain passage areas, though simplicity prevailed in the corridors designed for the massive flow of spectators. Beyond the architectural feat, it was an entire social organization that manifested, mobilizing thousands of individuals. Finally, by around 80 Anno Domini, most structural elements were in place. Titus, having succeeded his father, who passed away the previous year, decided to inaugurate the amphitheater during the summer. However, the building's finishing touches continued after this date, but everything essential was functional. From the arena floor to the last tier, everything was ready to host spectacular festivities. Travelers from distant provinces were impressed by the speed at which the building had risen in the heart of Rome. The sounds of construction mixed with the clinking of the training gladiators' weapons, already announcing the first grand season of games. The construction costs were partially covered by the spoils brought back from the Judean War, supplemented by unpopular taxes, such as the vectigal urinae, the tax on the use of public latrines. This funding, considered ingenious by some, nevertheless sparked fierce criticism among Roman elites who saw it as a sign of fiscal greed. However, the Flavian power defended this policy as a necessary evil, arguing that the building would strengthen social cohesion and the emperor's authority in the eyes of the urban plebs. The prospect of free games and popular grain distributions eventually won unanimous support. Ancient sources do not always mention the specific role of each trade, but archaeological work has revealed the extent of specialization required. Stonecutters from regions near Rome, builders of lifting machines, ironworkers producing clamps and fastenings, all contributed to the overall efficiency. Moreover, the presence of workers from the provinces, or even from more distant regions, attests to the diversity of the empire. Contracts were negotiated on the spot, as the demand for labor had exploded with this project. Temporary housing occupied barracks set up in the vicinity. At the end of these years of construction, the amphitheater presents itself as the result of an effort marrying traditional know-how with technical innovation. The combination of opus caementitium and travertine arches allowed to break new limits in terms of elevation and span, while the organization of the site reflected the administrative power of Rome. The Syrian sailors and Judean slaves, Italic artisans and blacksmiths all left their mark on this edifice. A strict hierarchy, rigorous schedules, and the desire to offer an unparalleled monument guided each stage, engraving in stone the mark of the Flavians. Construction continues. Nothing stops it. During the summer of 80 Anno Domini, Emperor Titus, the eldest son of Vespasian and the first ruler to inherit the throne after the establishment of the Flavian dynasty, decides to celebrate the inauguration of the new amphitheater built in the heart of Rome. This monument, known during his lifetime as the Amphitheatrum Flavium, is designed to surpass all other arenas of the empire. Before the population of the Eternal City gathered en masse to discover this building whose construction began under Vespasian, Titus aims to make a lasting impression with a spectacular program, 100 consecutive days of public games. Many ancient authors, such as Suetonius, biographer of the emperors, or the poet Martial, would testify through their writings to the grandeur and audacity that marked these colorful festivities. The Roman summer, usually dry and hot, sees a considerable influx converging from the provinces and the most distant regions. Merchants, officers, curious onlookers all come to witness the triumph of imperial architecture and enjoy the entertainment promised by this new venue dedicated to spectacles. In the collective enthusiasm, the power of the Flavians and their generosity are already being discussed, and the official opening of the arena is eagerly anticipated. Preparations begin several weeks before the official launch of the festivities. Artisans work day and night to complete the final decorations around the perimeter of the building. Carefully cut travertine blocks are adjusted around the arches to give the whole an appearance of grandeur and solidity. Under the supervision of specialized architects, the necessary devices for the safety of the spectators are installed. Staircases accessible from the public way, interior galleries for circulation, and various vomitoriums designed to facilitate the evacuation of several tens of thousands of people in record time. In the streets of Rome, the town criers already announced the scale of the program: gladiatorial combat, featuring the most renowned schools, fights with exotic animals imported specially, naval reenactments, and distribution of foodstuffs to the crowd. Titus's name is on everyone's lips, as if he is set to offer both Romans and visitors a foretaste of what imperial power can offer in the most spectacular way. The aqueducts supplying the city are tapped to ensure the water needs for refreshing the public and disposing of the abundant waste that this large-scale event is sure to generate. On the opening day, the emperor arrives surrounded by a solemn guard. The praetorians form a cordon around his litter as he passes through the majestic arches leading to his imperial box. The sound of trumpets, combined with the deep rolls of drums, rises above the stands where thousands of Romans in togas are already packed, senators adorned with their purple laticlaves and knights flaunting their golden rings. Everyone is waiting for the emperor to give the signal for the festivities to begin. On the freshly sanded arena floor, a ceremonial parade initiates the ceremony. Musicians, banner bearers, and heralds honor imperial power. The cries of the crowd resonate beneath the celestial vault, amplified by the stone structure of the new amphitheater. It is reported that Suetonius, in his Lives of the 12 Caesars, describes the wonder of each spectator, but also the details that delight the emperor, proudly emphasizing that he offers the people a place of entertainment built on lands once reserved for Nero and his opulent Domus Aurea. Martial, a poet with a sharp mind, composes epigrams for the occasion that highlight the enormity of the proposed spectacle with irony, sometimes satirical, while glorifying imperial generosity. The program for these 100 days is considerable. The gladiator fights are at the heart of the festivities, with duels pitting various categories of fighters from different Roman schools against each other. Murmillos, protected by their rectangular shields and topped with crested helmets, challenge retiarii, armed with a net and trident. Spectators, specially trained to fight retiarii, fascinated by the possibility of achieving a dazzling triumph, throw themselves into the arena with determination. Each victory arouses the enthusiasm of the public, who applaud wildly. But it is above all the thrill of mortal risk that electrifies the crowd. There is occasional mention of the thumb gesture, turned up or down, although its exact use remains debated among historians. In any case, the emperor, when attending these confrontations, can decide the ultimate fate of the defeated gladiators, which fuels intense speculation and clandestine betting on the outcome of each duel. Between series of fights, the crowd demands other forms of entertainment. Among the most impressive are the exotic hunts, also known as venationes, where extraordinary beasts, unknown to most Romans, are let loose on the sand to be faced by bestiarii or condemned criminals. Titus has brought from the far reaches of the empire and beyond rare creatures, such as African elephants, rhinoceroses from more eastern regions, or even Nile crocodiles, transported at great expense along roads and sea routes to the ports of Italy. The beasts arrive in sturdy cages, frightened by the sound of whips and the thunderous encouragements of the trainers. It is said that for these hunts, elaborate staging is used. Fake vegetation and replicas of rocks are placed in the arena to mimic the savanna or the banks of a marsh. The spectators, awed and terrified at the same time, follow with their eyes the movements of these unexpected animals, often weakened by long journeys. It is reported that songs and cries of triumph ring out when the bestiary manages to defeat a dangerous beast, or when the beast, in a final surge of ferocity, seriously injures its human opponent. Among the most striking attractions are the naval simulacra. These are short reenactments of naval battles, sometimes referred to as naumachia. The legend has circulated for several decades that the arena could be flooded thanks to a system of pipes connecting the amphitheater to the nearest water network, or even to the Tiber. For the official inauguration, Titus wishes to offer the public a vision of this aquatic spectacle. Light boats are arranged, often rafts decorated to create an illusion, loaded with costumed fighters who reenact legendary naval confrontations before the emperor and his people. However, organizing these naumachia is complex. The time required to fill and then drain the arena, the watertightness of the structures, and the safety of the participants all pose technical challenges. Ancient sources describe scenes that are more symbolic than truly realistic, but the public, already impressed by the mere idea of seeing water invade the amphitheater space, applauds with a pleasure mingled with admiration. Martial, in one of his poems, evokes the surprise of spectators suddenly discovering an artificial lake where a few boats collide. Suetonius, on his part, highlights Titus's skill in using this entertainment to enhance his prestige, making people forget the controversies linked to his father's unpopularity among some senators. The food logistics associated with these 100 days of games is as colossal as the staging itself. The Romans, great lovers of barley, bread, and wine, expect to receive free or heavily subsidized distributions, especially since it is the tradition during inaugurations of this kind. On the upper tiers of the stands, vendors circulate with trays filled with honeycakes, dried fruits, and cereal wafers. The emperor, concerned about his popularity, also distributes meat at certain times from the animals killed during the morning hunts. The feasts sometimes continue late into the evening, and the ambient air is often saturated with various fragrances. Incense burns in large burners, while clouds of vaporized saffron are meant to purify the atmosphere and add a touch of oriental refinement. This practice, attested by archaeological and literary sources, astonishes provincials, unaccustomed to such olfactory luxury. The spectacular aspect of the food, combined with the exuberance of the combats, aims to reinforce the image of an empire capable of unprecedented feats and generosity in the eyes of the people. A singular event, reported by several witnesses, consists of a veritable rain of perfumed pellets launched into the crowd from the upper boxes. These are small spheres, also described as simple tablets, composed of sought-after essences, rose, myrrh, jasmine, and other spices sometimes imported from Arabia or distant trading points. A mechanical device akin to miniature catapults allows these pellets to be thrown over the stands. The audience scrambles to catch a few, unwrap them, and inhale the delicate scents. This undoubtedly costly artifice symbolizes imperial munificence at the very moment when the crowd already expresses its delight at the spectacular clashes. Martial, with his characteristic humor, composes mocking verses about the competition that pits the poorest spectators against each other, ready to dive under the seats to retrieve precious, fragrant fragments. Suetonius, for his part, notes the public's fascination and describes this device as a mark of theatrical ambition with which Titus intends to endow his reign, even at the cost of considerable expense. However, despite the meticulous preparations, some unforeseen events quickly manifest. The first problems related to the evacuation of wild animals during the hunts mark one of the organizational difficulties. Some more tenacious crocodiles manage to hide in the cavities of the arena or in temporary ditches, which forces the trainers to exercise extra caution to extract them without risking endangering the public. The elephants, less aggressive but heavy, require particular handling. It is necessary to ensure the integrity of the sand-covered floor, and above all, ensure they can exit without causing unintended crushes. Romans and foreigners alike enjoy recounting these incidents as an integral part of the spectacle, or mock the somewhat awkward maneuvers of some handlers under the amused gaze of the emperor. Slaves and soldiers are employed to maintain order, but the size of the event creates a climate of excitement, where every improvisational moment adds to the urban rumor it generates. The security arrangements also prove their worth. Teams of watchmen are stationed at the entrance galleries, ready to regulate the flow of the public in case of panic. There is always a fear that a wild animal might escape, or that crowd movements might cause jostling. The configuration of the vomitoria, those passages through which the building is quickly evacuated, proves effective in streamlining movements, but there are still bottlenecks at the end of some shows when several thousand people decide to leave the amphitheater simultaneously. Those most eager to enjoy the continuation of the program stay, rushing to the most advantageous seats, while others choose to circulate in the corridors to refresh themselves, discuss the feats of the latest champion Gladiator, or admire the emperor conversing with foreign dignitaries on the official platform. This constant dynamic animates the entire edifice, transforming every corner of the amphitheater into a noisy, sometimes chaotic microcosm that reflects the vitality of a Rome where customs and passions converge. Over these 100 days, the popularity of Titus continues to grow. Sources indicate that his leniency towards defeated gladiators has repeatedly marked the collective mind. Is it said that the emperor, moved by the bravery of an injured fighter, granted him his life? Poets or historians sometimes embellish stories from more or less plausible anecdotes, contributing to shaping the image of a merciful and generous ruler. During the hunts, when the animals are seriously injured, it is often signaled to the weapon that it is time to end the animal's suffering to avoid causing too much cruelty in the eyes of the public. It is believed that this behavior is inspired by Titus's desire not to repeat the excesses of certain spectacles under Nero or Caligula, known for their gratuitous cruelty. This moderation, relatively speaking in the Roman context of the time, delights the people, who are pleased to have an emperor attentive to emerging sensitivities to a certain form of entertainment ethics. Ancient authors also report the opulence of the decorations that transform the amphitheater into a true open-air theater. Colorful drapes border the imperial stand, while wreaths of flowers and laurels adorn certain bleachers. Musicians, installed in an elevated space, set the rhythm during intermissions, sometimes improvising unexpected pieces. It even happens that several choirs sing in Latin to glorify Divus Vespasianus and Imperator Titus. Many spectators, especially those from the East or Egypt, discover this typically Roman tradition of singing the praises of the reigning dynasty within an edifice dedicated to blood and competition. This blend of sacred and profane, of violence and celebration, fascinates as much as it can disturb those who have never attended such a completely public spectacle. The scents of perfumes, the smoke of incense and burning wood, the cries of street vendors covered by those of the spectators, all contribute to creating an atmosphere of intense density where each sense is engaged. In the satirical verses he dedicates to these days, Martial has fun describing the motley crowd. One encounters patricians there to flaunt their rank and wealth, enthusiastic plebeians, clients waiting in front of their patrons' boxes, freedmen seeking to prove their imperial devotion, as well as Syrians, Gauls, Africans, sometimes dressed in local tunics. This mix, typical of Rome, takes on an even more cosmopolitan dimension under such circumstances, when visitors travel to witness a unique show promised as the most magnificent of the generation. In the taverns near the monument at sunset, there are discussions about the performance of the red fox imported from Mauritania, or the skill of a rhinoceros that allegedly unseated an unsteady bestiarius. Rumors circulate about the next day. Which gladiators will be on the lineup? Will there be new bursts of perfumes? Will Titus come to greet the crowd to encourage them, or will he remain in his imperial apartments, commenting on the successes of the day before? Day after day, the well-oiled machine continues, even as the arena's sand, stained with blood, constantly needs cleaning, and animal carcasses need to be removed, refreshing the audience and encouraging the artists, guards, or gladiators who start to feel the fatigue. It is not uncommon for the superstitious to interpret an incident or a sign from the sky, such as a sudden storm or the escape of a wild animal, as an unfavorable omen. Yet, Titus ensures to maintain the general enthusiasm by multiplying acts of clemency and ensuring a steady supply of provisions. Sources mention the use of immense reservoirs for water and wine, placed in the galleries behind the stands, to provide rapid and efficient service while avoiding overflows. The amphitheater's staff, numerous and trained, ensures the management of the enormous volume of organic waste produced during the spectacles, remains of meals, bones, but also pieces of damaged armor or discarded weapons. The underground corridors buzz with incessant activity between the noise of transport carts and the anxious discussions of participants who took part in the confrontations. Never before had Rome experienced such a long and flamboyant celebration. Even when recalling prestigious spectacles organized under Julius Caesar or Augustus, these appear less impressive compared to the scale reached by the Flavian dynasty. On a political level, the inauguration of the new amphitheater illustrates the prosperity regained after decades of civil unrest, Neronian tyranny, and turbulent dynastic changes. For Titus, this enormous event serves as a showcase to consolidate his personal authority and demonstrate that the Flavians know, better than anyone, how to entertain the people, while also showing a certain benevolence. In a city where memories of Nero still linger, it is hard not to see in every performance an act of generosity, a desire to break away from the selfish opulence of the former Domus Aurea, offering instead a space intended for everyone. The 100 days of games, stretching into exuberance and clamor, thus symbolize the newly emerging pride of Rome, capable of hosting crowds, captivated by the staging of a multifaceted reality. Violence, glory, exoticism, popular communion. The grand amphitheater, barely completed, finds its every corner tested, showcasing its solidity, its ability to accommodate several tens of thousands of people constantly and for a long period, as well as the flexibility of its infrastructure. The Romans emerge impressed, aware that they now possess an edifice unparalleled in the civilized world. Suetonius and Martial, choice materials for future historians and scholars, will leave in their respective texts a precious trace, immortalizing the grandeur of these celebrations and the splendor organized by Titus. When the crowd, after shouting its admiration before the gladiators, exhaling its fear upon the eruption of a beast, or savoring a piece of freshly distributed meat, finally leaves the amphitheater for the night, the entire city still resonates with echoes of the celebration. The 100 days, as they pass, mark a major milestone for the history of Roman entertainment, leaving everyone with the feeling that the empire, now united behind the emperor, is moving towards a new era, strengthened by the legacy of a prestigious past and the promise of glory yet to come. At the heart of the structure we call today the Colosseum, the arena presented itself as a sophisticated stage space brimming with mechanical devices designed to surprise the public. The gladiators, wild beasts, and temporary sets moved within an environment entirely orchestrated from backstage. The Romans, eager to create highly emotional spectacles, had implemented a complex system of elevators, trapdoors, and underground walkways. All these mechanisms, although powered by human strength, demonstrated ingenious craftsmanship. The presence of slaves or professional machinists, operating below and serving as living engines, ensured the functioning of the lifting devices. Archaeologists, by studying the remains of the Colosseum's underground, known as the hypogeum, have uncovered multiple rails, pulleys, and preserved wooden parts. These elements reveal the complexity of the original infrastructure. In the context of the shows, producers and organizers were fond of spectacular entrances. A beast suddenly emerging from the depths, a group of gladiators rising into the arena to face their adversaries, or a scenography representing an exotic landscape. This type of staging aimed to venerate the power of Rome, to show that the empire could master the forces of nature, and to convey implicit political messages. Specifically concerning the elevator system, there were historically up to 28 different platforms, operated by counterweight capstans. Each platform, hidden beneath the arena floor, was connected to a series of ropes and pulleys. Operators, stationed in the underground passages, would turn these capstans to raise or lower the cages containing the animals. The beasts, such as lions, tigers, or leopards, were placed in secure compartments before being suddenly propelled, sometimes without warning, into the midst of the astonished fighters and spectators. The Roman engineers, aware of the dangers associated with the irregularity of the movement, had devised for each elevator a locking system to prevent a sudden drop of the platform. Wooden logs would slide into grooves, slowing the descent and preventing any unintended harm to the animals before their entry into the arena. Ancient texts do not provide names of specific engineers, but describe the remarkable precision of this device, born from the genius of anonymous architects and craftsmen. The organizers, eager to multiply the effects of surprise, coordinated the simultaneous opening of several elevators, creating a striking spectacle where the audience had to guess the origin of the next danger. In addition to these lifting platforms, a series of pivoting traps was integrated into the arena floor. These openings, usually concealed by a covering of wood or sand, would open on command to suddenly release an animal or a stage prop. The mechanism consisted of sturdy hinges and pivots, operated by handles located below the floor. Sometimes, real panels would drop suddenly, revealing exotic creatures, such as crocodiles or rhinoceroses, ensuring fright for the audience in the stands. The Romans also had wheeled carts ready to be hoisted, which allowed them to quickly present set decorations, simulating, for instance, a grove of artificial trees. These scene changes gave the impression of attending several performances at once, enhancing the dazzling nature of the festivities. The multiplicity of these openings, combined with the elevators, made the arena truly versatile in the service of ever more grandiose entertainment. During the hunt's proceedings, the slightest disturbance could unsettle the beasts. Openers, hidden behind wooden or stone parapets, would activate the traps at just the right moment, creating a carefully orchestrated drama to keep the audience's attention at its peak. Beyond the terrestrial dimension, the Colosseum could be used to stage miniature naval battles, known as naumachii. Some historians still debate the feasibility of actually flooding the arena, considering the structural changes made after the initial construction. However, ancient sources, such as Dio Cassius, suggest that the early emperors, before the final implementation of the basements, might have supervised naval reenactments on a reduced scale. To allow for such a scenario, a network of pipes connected to the city's aqueducts could bring water into the arena. Using an ingenious system of valves, access to these conduits could be opened or closed. The infrastructure then needed to be drained by a drainage network, preventing the water from accumulating for too long and causing leaks in the foundations. Today, there remains a debate among the scientific community. Some believe that the original installations only allowed for partial submersions, while others think that the naumachii of the Colosseum were limited to the Neronian period, when the lake of the Domus Aurea was not yet completely filled in. Regardless, this perspective of an arena transformed into a basin illustrates Roman ingenuity and the variety of the spectacles. The water supply system of the amphitheater, beyond the hypothesis of naumachia, served other maintenance functions. The Romans regularly cleaned the blood-stained floor of the arena, using pipes and conduits to circulate the washing water. Proper drainage was necessary to evacuate liquids and prevent stagnation, which could have caused pestilential odors or degraded the ground. Archaeologists have found masonry channels and siphons, attesting to the sophistication of the underlying hydraulic network. Furthermore, during long-lasting events, organizers sometimes employed a spray of water mixed with fragrant essences to sanitize and refresh the atmosphere. The writings of Pliny the Elder occasionally mention the use of saffron or other aromatics dispersed as a mist, contributing to making the moment more pleasant for the crowd. However, maintaining the underground areas also required substantial labor, tasked with clearing animal carcasses, cleaning the elevator mechanisms, and checking the trap doors after each session. Although these details are rarely glamorized in ancient accounts, they reveal the considerable infrastructure required to maintain the splendor and efficiency of the Flavian amphitheater's spectacles. In 80 Anno Domini, at the official inauguration by Emperor Titus, the arena had not yet acquired its definitive form in the underground part. At this stage, some trenches and corridors already existed, but the complex hypogeum that we know today still needed adjustments and improvements. Indeed, it is reported that some naumachii, if they occurred in the early years, were more easily achievable as long as the underground area was not entirely partitioned. The inaugural spectacle would thus have relied on temporary mechanisms, later perfected. The artisans and engineers responsible for the site's maintenance took note of feedback from these early festivities to refine the reliability of the counterweight elevators and the fluidity of circulation in the galleries. The Gladiator shows, as well as the Renovations, benefited from these corridors to bring participants to the arena's edge unseen. Niches for equipment, preparation rooms, and waiting areas were already being arranged. The soldiers of the Praetorian Guard, assigned to event security, watched from lookout posts every corner of this underground labyrinth to prevent any incident that could disrupt the smooth running of the games. When Domitian, the younger brother of Titus, ascended to the imperial throne in 81 Anno Domini, he inherited a building already in operation but still improvable. Around 90 Anno Domini, the emperor undertook a major renovation of the amphitheater's underground, endowing the arena with an elaborate network of underground corridors, storage rooms, and especially a set of radial buttresses intended to reinforce the structure. These buttresses, distributed at regular intervals, aim to support and stabilize all of the corridors and upper platforms. Thanks to them, the hypogeum became a densely meshed area, capable of accommodating a large volume of beasts and stage equipment. Domitian, who considered architectural propaganda essential to his reign's prestige, saw these development works as a means to affirm imperial power. The construction teams, often composed of war slaves, employed Roman concrete techniques and erected thick brick vaults. The final result exceeded simple consolidation. It opened new perspectives in terms of organizing spectacles, facilitating the rapid rotation of participants, and the multiplication of simultaneous or successive appearances. Archives suggest that Domitian also equipped the amphitheater with new rooms for storing costumes and weapons. Before this renovation, the hypogeum rested mainly on hastily drawn plans, aiming only to ensure minimal access to the bowels of the arena. Under Domitian, the entire structure was consolidated through multiple supporting arches, which distributed the load more harmoniously on the peripheral walls. Likewise, the elevator system was perfected, now arranged according to a more methodical grid. The machinists could thus operate several platforms at once, without fearing collisions between pulleys or accidental knots in the ropes. Over time, imperial records mention the presence of reinforcing frameworks, replacing worn or damaged elements. As for safety, lateral service corridors were installed so that maintenance teams could intervene quickly in case of a blockage. If an elevator collapsed under the weight of a rhinoceros or a massive bear, it was necessary to fix the breakdown without delaying the official program. Domitian also encouraged the implementation of increased surveillance in order to account for potential injuries among the machinists. This concern, although rudimentary, reflected an awareness of the strategic value of these technicians at the heart of the brilliance of Roman games. At the end of this colossal project, the hypogeum became a true masterpiece of engineering, a key element of theatrical staging, and a reflection of imperial excess, an unprecedented impression. The Colosseum, the immense amphitheater of Rome inaugurated under Emperor Titus in 80 Anno Domini, fascinates as much by its monumentality as by the social and logistical organization that allowed gigantic crowds to gather there. Its entire seating, called cavea, unfolded over several carefully designed levels to reflect the strict hierarchy of Roman society. Closest to the arena, it was all about proximity to power and prestige. One did not sit there merely to see bloodthirsty or exotic spectacles, but also to be seen, demonstrate one's eminence, and assert one's social rank. This spatial distribution, ranging from the senatorial podium to the highest areas sometimes nicknamed poultry cages, was not arbitrary. It literally translated the structure of the empire from the elites to the popular classes. The city officials, the priests in charge of rites, and the senatorial families were reserved the places of honor, while the vast majority of the plebs had to climb to the upper levels to glimpse the performers in the arena below. Above this still was a narrow area, a wooden gallery known as Porticus Summus in Lignia, which was one of the few places where Roman women, at least those without illustrious rank, could sit so as not to mingle too closely with the male crowds. fully understand this layout, it is essential to remember that Roman society was structured into several strata, each endowed with privileges and prohibitions. At the top reigned the senators, members of wealthy and often ancestral families, followed in rank by the equestrian order. Then came free citizens, often honoring military or administrative functions, before reaching the populace and the freedmen. In the Colosseum, this hierarchical network was physically translated by the arrangement of the seating. The podium, the first ring level with the arena, housed reserved benches where the emperor, religious dignitaries, consuls, and senators sometimes sat accompanied by their relatives. Marbles inscribed with names or titles, sometimes visible on other ancient sites, testified to these assigned places. Just above, one found the Ima Cavea, which primarily received the equestrian order or other free families of high rank, while the Media Cavea was intended for a broader public of Roman citizens, composed mainly of small notables, decorated soldiers, or wealthy merchants. The Summa Cavea, more distant, gathered the modest categories, that is to say, craftsmen, workers, butchers, bakers, but also devotees following a patron or a sponsor. Finally, at the very top, was the area known as Porticus Summus in Lignia, a wooden space subject to the weather where those who, without much status, had not given up on attending the spectacles found a place. Here also were some women, according to the laws and customs of the time, to avoid gender mixes deemed inappropriate in the arena. This sectorization was not only symbolic, it ensured order in the way the crowd entered and exited the amphitheater, prevented disorder, and protected the elite from direct contact with the masses. The Romans were renowned for their meticulous organization, and the Colosseum is the prime example of this. Spectators received individual tickets, called tesserae, which were small tablets or tokens made of clay, bone, or metal, engraved with specific information: the number of the section, the assigned row, and the seat. These details allowed attendees to quickly orient themselves to the appropriate section upon entering the building. The outer doors, meticulously numbered themselves, led to divided interior corridors that guided each level's designated staircase. As a result, the circulation was fluid, avoiding dangerous jostling and providing a notable example of architecture designed for the masses. The marble or stone markers indicating these numbers can still be read today, demonstrating the care taken in managing the public. At the most lavish end of the podium, on the east side, usually stood the imperial box, sometimes decorated with drapes and equipped with a canopy. Here, the emperor set the example, surrounded by soldiers of the Praetorian Guard or dignitaries. Attending the games from this area was a highly coveted privilege, as it publicly signified belonging to a sphere close to power. Senators also had their designated prime spots, identifiable by wider benches, allowing a certain distance from their neighbors. These seats reflected the importance of rank and were often accompanied by visual recognition. It was known how generous a senator or dignitary could be by, for example, offering one of these munificent edicts, meaning financing part of the games or contributing to installation expenses. Wealthier citizens seated in the Iama Cavea were not as much in the spotlight, but they still enjoyed good views just above the podium to fully enjoy the spectacles. As for women, the situation was complex. In Republican Rome, the wives of senators or important politicians could sometimes sit next to their spouses in the most prestigious area. However, after various moral and legal reforms, notably under Augustus and some of his successors, customs became stricter in regulating conduct. Respectable women were expected to remain discreet, and only a few privileged ones could take seats in the best rows. In practice, the majority of women, free or freed, were relegated to the highest part of the amphitheater, under the Porticus Summus in Lignia, which offered neither the same protection from the sun nor the comfort of the marble seating below. Jokes from the era suggested that the experience for them sometimes bordered more on ordeal than leisure. The wooden steps could creak, visibility was not always optimal, and the sweltering Italian heat in the summer made the position uncomfortable, despite the velarium that could partially shade the structure. This arrangement also made the spectacles even more exhilarating for the crowd. From above, the audience could see not only what was happening in the center of the arena, but also observe the elite and the emperor below, symbolically sealing the focus on power. The Colosseum thus became a multiple stage, where arena, podium, and seating tiers were superimposed. Each spectator, whether a wealthy spice merchant from Trastevere, a humble fisherman from the coast, or an heir of a senatorial lineage, found their place in this architecture. The notables liked to show themselves in elaborate tunics, sometimes wearing rich jewelry, while the common people took the opportunity to stock up from strolling vendors within the enclosure, cereal cakes, dried figs, wine diluted with water. Attendance at the spectacle was not pure entertainment. It was also a moment of civic gathering, where there was a reconnection with a sense of Roman identity, fueled by applause, the clamor of the crowd, and the acclamations. One of the elements that contributed to this ambiance was the supposed role of the famous thumbs up or down, a gesture whose origin is still debated among historians. Modern popular tradition holds that when a defeated gladiator was on the ground, the emperor or the audience decided his fate with a gesture that was, all in all, binary, thumbs up for mercy and down for death. In reality, it seems that the Roman gesture might have been subtler. Indeed, the pollis verso in earlier sources sometimes means a turned thumb, and some argue that a thumb up sometimes meant execution, like a gesture aimed at the neck, while a thumb folded against the fist expressed mercy. Whatever the case, the crowd actively participated in the final verdict, and this participation amplified the communion or discord of the moment. The emperor, master of the spectacle, often but not always followed the majority's will, as favoring public opinion was a means to secure the support of the plebeians, as well as influential dignitaries. Literary sources report tumultuous scenes where the stands would blaze with shouts, each group trying to impose its preference. This tumult was heightened by the practice of clandestine betting. One should not imagine a mixture as orderly as a contemporary sports competition where bets would be laid out in black and white. Here, it was a way to win small fortunes or be ruined in moments. The Romans, inveterate gamblers, liked to bet on the outcome of a gladiator fight, on the longevity of an exotic animal released into the arena, or even on a condemned man's reaction to a beast. This parallel economy thrived all the more because it was officially prohibited outside authorized circles. Gamblers hid in the tiers, discreetly exchanging seals or hand signs to place their bets with an accomplice, trying to bribe the guards to turn a blind eye. The winnings, however unusual they might be, circulated later in the taverns of the Subura or the Velabrum, even making their way into certain noble circles that tolerated this practice as long as it did not get out of hand. Occasionally, imperial authority would carry out repressive operations, but most of the time, this system perpetuated itself, adding an extra layer of tension to each combat. Adherence to protocols also involved rigorous signage. Inscriptions carved in stone, some still visible, guided spectators. One could read the Roman numerals corresponding to the vomitoria, those passageways that allowed efficient ascent or descent. The organization thus fought against overly dense gatherings, and the distribution of tickets imposed strict regulation. It was not advisable to get lost in a reserved sector at the risk of inciting the wrath of the official seat owner or even officers in charge of maintaining order. The uniforms of the urban police, the urban cohort, could intervene to remind the imprudent which social rank they belonged to. In this imperial Rome, the ability to locate oneself within the architecture of the Colosseum sometimes reflected one's own status. It was therefore better to know how to read and decipher the signs at a minimum. Illiterates could resort to professional guides, often stationed near the amphitheater, who would show the way for a small tip. Unlike other entertainment venues, designed for single uses like the circus for chariot races or the theater for dramatic plays, the amphitheater aspired to gather the entire population for various forms of games, gladiator fights, executions, animal hunts, and even reenactments of battles. Each of these activities attracted a wide but also diverse audience with specific expectations. The wealthiest spectators sometimes preferred the technical demonstrations of trained gladiators, while lower categories were passionate about particularly spectacular, exotic hunts. However, the protocol remained unchanged. Everyone had to take their assigned place, no more, no less, and this respect of rank reassured authorities who were most afraid of plebeian revolt in case of famine or mismanagement. The Colosseum acted as a mirror of the city, with social conflicts dissolving during a grandiose representation, the staged violence allowing for a momentary easing of real frustrations. In this human concert, the feminine condition stood out as much for the spatial separation as for the broader prohibitions surrounding their presence. It was not uncommon for a notable's wife to discuss the exploits of gladiators in private at home, as speaking openly in the amphitheater could be frowned upon. Some sources report that women, sometimes enamored with a famous champion, might express intense passion, even sending them little messages. This was especially noted for gladiators already enjoying a reputation recognized for their prowess and charisma. Despite the distant place imposed on less fortunate women, it is known that courtesans, freer in their movements, sometimes managed to stand in intermediate tiers, taking advantage of the relative anonymity of the crowd to be noticed by wealthier men. The Romans, formidable logisticians, had also planned spaces dedicated to religious protocols within the audience itself. Before the opening of certain ceremonies, a temporary altar could be erected in the podium area, where a votive sacrifice was performed for the emperor's welfare or to invoke the protection of a tutelary deity. During this quasi-liturgical moment, the entire audience would rise, not without trumpets and buccinae sounding in a sign of reverence. This ritual complemented the hierarchical rigidity. Each social group marked its respect, a sign that even in the arena, the sense of sacredness and cosmic order according to Roman conception prevailed. After the rite, the crowd would sit down, tension mounting, awaiting the moment when, finally, the gladiators would enter. The initial silence was broken by applause, cries, then everything became a vast clamor where jubilation and anxiety intertwined. Because the Colosseum could seat nearly 50,000 spectators, this hierarchy of seating played a major role in framing a potentially restless multitude. By comparison, a classical theater in Rome contained barely 5,000 to 10,000 people. This density explained the necessity to meticulously subdivide it between classes, constituted bodies, and various statuses. The fact that the amphitheater was designed to empty its stands in about a quarter of an hour speaks volumes of the need for order. The Roman people, aware of living a singular moment in these stands, often took this protocol as in collective honor as much as an obligation. The inscriptions locum senatoribus, or antistites for priests, declined in multiple variations, ensured that no one contested the assigned place of groups, mastering the art of the sacred and power. When considering the emotional aspect, it is evident that the excitement arose not only from the violence of the combats or the splendor of the stagings, but also from the very dynamics of this hierarchical crowd. Roles were distributed in a grand social theater. Some came to be nourished by the imperial aura, others identified with the fighters. The most influential could launch acclamations that quickly reverberated, fueled by the echo of the arcades. The humblest, far from the arena floor, listened closely and watched the moment when the emperor, sometimes theatrically, stood and, with his hand, ordered or suspended the fate of a gladiator. A whole play of counterpoints was created then. On one side, the supreme authority. On the other, the collective and spontaneous reaction of the masses. The Romans had an array of cries and signals to express their approval or disapproval. The whistles, in the antique sense, were made by placing fingers in the mouth. Others clapped their hands against each other according to a particular rhythm, each sometimes seeking to amplify the noise. In the audience, some individuals specialized in the art of leading the chorus. There were histrions or buffoons who, from the popular zones, set the tone, or amateur orators, in the lower tiers, enjoying commenting on actions in the form of little sentences. This oratorical tradition was part of the civic culture. A cultured Roman loved to demonstrate his wit, even in a context of entertainment. All this coexisted in an unstable balance, where the emperor, always quick to satisfy the crowd, ensured that enough blood was shed to maintain interest, but without excess that could tarnish the image of imperial clemency. After a while, when it was time to leave the building, the same sequence played out in reverse. The hierarchy determined the order of exit, although the practical design of the Colosseum allowed all levels to be emptied almost simultaneously, thanks to dozens of vomitoria. The wealthier individuals took their time, and slaves could turn the exit into a veritable procession, holding torches if night fell. The master. Greeting friends encountered along the way, exchanging smiles with potential patrons. The less affluent, on the other hand, sometimes jostled each other in the corridors, eager to resume their activities or join an impromptu feast to comment on the day's exploits. The women gathered in the upper levels, mingled with artisans and merchants unless they had a male escort, and it was not uncommon for social barriers to temporarily blur in the chaos. Once outside, there were additional spectacles, vendors selling figurines of gladiators, fire breathers, street performers, and musicians. The festivities continued far from the blood and fury in a sort of night market where countless transactions were made. This moment of exit was crucial because the ruling classes had to present themselves with dignity while the crowd returned home, retaining the still vivid memory of the violent or moving scenes they had witnessed. In the taverns of the Subura, a neighborhood known to be popular, rumors could still be heard long after about a certain gladiator hero of the day or the anger of a spectator evicted from a seat that did not belong to him. Gamblers lamented their losses or rejoiced in their stroke of luck, and it even happened that altercations arose from these clandestine bets. However, overall, this meticulous organization around the stands, seating protocols, and shared gestures gave the Colosseum its unique fluidity. Every Roman, free or almost, could say they had found their place in this gigantic arena, participating, if only for a moment, in the grandiose staging of an imperial Rome, united in the thrill of the spectacle. Gladiators and beast fighters constituted one of the most spectacular aspects of Roman life, attracting considerable crowds each year to the Colosseum's enclosure. Located in the heart of the Eternal City, this amphitheater hosted bloody battles, demonstrations of courage and strength, but also a complex socio-economic system. To understand how these men, sometimes free and sometimes enslaved, became stars of the arena, one must look into the meticulous organization of their training schools, their legal statuses, and the vast diversity of fighting styles they offered to a public eager for thrills. Life and death were closely tied to the economy and reputation of those who financed the games. Between fascination and horror, this phenomenon revealed many aspects of the Roman mentality, both attached to martial traditions and eager to entertain the masses. The gladiators were mostly trained in specialized establishments, called ludi, scattered across several districts of Rome and other large provincial cities. The most important of these training centers in the capital was the Ludus Magnus, built right next to the Colosseum, to facilitate the movement of fighters between their place of residence and the venue of the shows. This imposing complex comprised cells for the gladiators, common dormitories for apprentices, and various spaces dedicated to daily exercise. Under the strict supervision of seasoned instructors, called doctores, the recruits learned combat techniques with wooden weapons, mastered maintaining an adequate defensive posture, and drilled relentlessly on every movement that might save their lives. The Ludus Magnus also featured a small experimental arena where combat simulations were held to acclimate gladiators to the stress of the crowd. Novices underwent a rigorous discipline, long hours of intense training, as well as a specific diet rich in cereals and legumes, intended to enhance their endurance and physical condition. This thorough training gave them as much chance as possible to survive in the arena while ensuring the public violent but structured performances. The statuses of gladiators differed greatly from one another, which influenced both their motivation to fight and how Roman society perceived them. First, there were the slaves, originating from military conquests, or sometimes born into slavery, who were sold to lanisti, meaning owners of gladiatorial schools, and had no personal freedom. The condemned to death, on the other hand, were offered a chance to redeem their crime by confronting other fighters, wild beasts, or even serving as a pre-announced execution to satisfy the society's appetite for vengeance. Besides these forced categories, there was also the figure of the volunteer, known as octoratus. These were free men, sometimes ex-soldiers, sometimes merely in search of fame or money, who signed an engagement contract with the lanista. This undertaking meant renouncing part of their civic rights and agreeing to be regarded as a semi-slave for the duration of the contract. However, the potential remuneration could be substantial, and for some, the prospect of becoming a local celebrity was well worth this sacrifice. The famous image of the daring and charismatic gladiator fueled genuine enthusiasm among the Romans, who saw in him a living embodiment of virtues, the warrior value dear to Roman civilization. Depending on the type of weapon, armor, and combat technique favored, gladiators were divided into several clearly defined categories, each offering a recognizable style of combat. The Thracian, for example, fought with a small square shield and a short curved sword called a sica. He often wore leg guards that extended high to protect against targeted attacks on his lower limbs. Conversely, the Retiarius appeared without a helmet, armed with a large net, a trident, and a dagger. His agility and speed were essential to catch and immobilize his opponent from a distance before delivering a fatal blow. Opposite this particular style often stood the secutor, equipped with a smooth, rounded helmet designed to prevent the net from catching, as well as a large, rectangular shield and a gladius. The myrmillo, named after the stylized fish on his helmet, also carried a large shield and a gladius, but his style was marked by heavier armor and more powerful blows, forcing the opponent to multiply evasions. Finally, the provocator, often less present in later literary sources but nonetheless well attested, wore a pectoral cuirass and fought with shield and gladius, aiming to directly challenge his enemy in a duel, seeking to imitate the martial art of the legionaries. Spectators particularly appreciated the confrontation of different strategies. A fast and precise retiarius against a robust secutor was a classic match that sparked the crowd's enthusiasm. The bestiarii, or venatores, formed a particular category of fighters specialized in the handling and control of wild animals. Some of these men were prisoners of war or condemned to death, forced to face exotic creatures such as lions, tigers, bears, or rhinoceroses in spectacular hunts called venationes. Others were masters of men and beasts, experts in the art of exciting or calming the beasts, capable of staging breathtaking pursuits before the public. For these battles, a more complex set was often implemented. Catwalks, palisades, and sometimes even artificial trees enabled the recreation of a savanna or forest landscape inside the arena. Beasts were transported from all corners of the empire, from Africa with elephants and lions to Asia with tigers, representing true luxury for the editor, who was merely the sponsor of the show. Their capture, transfer, and maintenance cost a fortune, but the propagandistic impact and popular fervor justified this type of expenditure. The bestiarii, less renowned than the top gladiators, nonetheless contributed to the overall success of the festivities, reinforcing the exotic and wondrous dimension of the event. From an economic perspective, the organization of these combats involved considerable sums. The revenues partially came from public funds, drawn from the cities or the empire's coffers, but above all, from the ostentatious generosity of patrons and magistrates seeking to win the people's favor. Financing a grand gladiatorial spectacle with exotic animals and flamboyant costumes allowed individuals to enhance their political reputation and receive, in return, electoral support. The promoters also ensured to negotiate contracts with the lanistae, who provided them with a fixed number of gladiators depending on the scale of the spectacle. The bravest fought for higher rewards, and in case of victory, a portion of the prize went to them. This competition, both among the gladiators and among the schools themselves, stimulated the search for talented fighters and maintained a high level of spectacle. Some very popular gladiators could be reused several times by the same patron, arousing the impatience of the public, who came to see an already known hero. This aspect of stardom would, many centuries later, influence the collective imagination around the gladiator, seen both as a vulnerable slave and as an idol adored by the crowds. The question of survival and the outcome of the fights relied on the judgment of the people, but also, to a large extent, on that of the editor. In principle, the defeated, if he had fought valiantly, could be granted mercy according to the acclamations or pleas from the crowd. Conversely, if his performance was deemed insufficient or dishonorable, death became inevitable. In later collective imagination, the gesture of the thumb, up or down, is often associated with the fatal decision, even if ancient sources do not agree on this precise gesture. In any case, the decisive pivot for a gladiator lay in his ability to impress the public and adhere to the codes of the arena. As these codes required bravery and honor, a skillful gladiator could enjoy relative longevity, sometimes signing multiple contracts during his career. However, widespread injuries were the norm, and very few managed to completely escape the consequences of repeated confrontations. To mitigate the risks, some rudimentary medical checks were sometimes carried out before each fight, and some private entities even offered small forms of guarantees against incapacity or death, a precursor to what could resemble a rudimentary form of insurance of the time. The rudis, a wooden sword solemnly given to a deserving gladiator, symbolized the end of his obligation to fight and granted him de facto freedom within the ludus. Receiving the rudis was equivalent to moral and social liberation. The gladiator had earned his honor, repaid his debt, and proven his worth, to the extent that he was no longer tied by the servitude of the contract. Some, once they obtained the rudis, left this dangerous environment permanently to embark on other activities, sometimes as instructors in gladiator schools, leveraging their expertise. For others, the prospect of earning more money or continuing to maintain their glory prompted them to sign a new contract, effectively becoming voluntary gladiators again. These veteran figures could be seen traveling through the empire's arenas, like itinerant champions, whose names attracted curiosity and admiration. The fame of a gladiator depended on his victories, his personality, but also on the way poets, writers, and spectators recounted his exploits. City walls could be adorned with posters announcing the arrival of renowned fighters, and nicknames earned in the arena could travel to distant provinces. Thanks to the accounts of some authors, a few names have been preserved, although documentation is partial. Nevertheless, it is known that the pretensions and glory generated by a series of successive victories could transform a gladiator into a popular icon. This ancient stardom, long before the invention of any modern media, manifested in derivative products, admiring graffiti etched on walls, and even offerings made to statues honoring the champion's courage. The specific case of Flamma illustrates to what extent a gladiator could fascinate the public and embody the contradictions of this universe. It is known that he recorded at least 31 victories, an impressive number, especially considering the potential lethality of each combat. Several sources indicate that he was given the chance to quit this dangerous profession on 4 occasions. He was awarded the rudis, a symbol of freedom each time, but he consistently refused to leave the arena. Such an attitude suggested that he was seeking not only financial gains, but also the adrenaline of combat, the recognition of the public, and the unique sensation of existing in the eyes of the entire Rome. In a Roman society sometimes rigid due to hierarchies and social distinctions, the glory acquired in the arena constituted a paradoxical social elevator, as even an initial slavery could lead to a form of celebrity. The case of Flamma, reported by funerary inscriptions and perhaps amplified by oral tradition, continues to fascinate historians who see in it an extreme example of loyalty to the gladiator's ethic, or even the manifestation of a certain pride inextricably mixed with the inevitability of combat. The Rome public saw in the gladiator a confirmation of the warrior values that had made the strength of the Republic, then the Empire. Each of these men, whether compelled by captivity or volunteering in search of glory, personified endurance, technique, bravery, and determination. Once they entered the arena, these gladiators knew they had to fight for their lives, under penalty of being put to death or experiencing a brief and anonymous existence. Yet, the promise of the rudis, the prospect of bonuses, but also the fervor of the most powerful city of the ancient world continued to fuel and constantly renew the pool of recruits. Some saw it as prestige, others as a curse. Economically, gladiature was a complex and rationally organized enterprise integrated into the politics and the race for honors that ancient Rome was so fond of. Nothing was left to chance, from the stage name adopted by the combatant to the enhancement of his physical attributes during pre-combat parades. These rituals, combined with the clashing of weapons and the clamor of the public, contributed to the emotional power felt within the amphitheaters, like the Colosseum. Gladiators and bestiarii thus formed an essential link in the economy of Roman spectacles, both for the image of the state and for the flourishing of a cult of entertainment. In parallel, they lived in often harsh conditions, under the constant surveillance of their doctors, who ensured that they were ready at the slightest signal. Unlike the soldiers of the Roman army, they were not called to serve the empire in military campaigns, but in popular entertainment and political ostentation. The Romans, a people proud of their arms and conquests, recognized in these bloody combats an echo of their own victories, and the figure of the gladiator became for many a dark mirror reflecting the ruthless power of Rome. Far from being mere actors condemned to certain death, gladiators could thus rise through the ranks of fame by accumulating successes to the point of challenging the boundaries of Roman society. The promise of winning, of collecting applause, and, perhaps, of obtaining the rudes went well beyond the immediate interest of a winner. It was a possible horizon of freedom. It is also understood that the idea of escaping a condition of slavery motivated some of them to fight with all their might. The most famous, like Flamma, elevated this ongoing battle to the rank of a true vocation, where the fear of death dissolved in the dynamics of a destiny forged under the monumental arches of the Colosseum. By becoming heroes of the arena, these gladiators gave rise to a true cult around them, whose memory has reached us through inscriptions, epigrams, and stories often imbued with admiration. The Ludus Magnus and other gladiator schools, located in the provinces or in the suburbs of Rome, were tirelessly supplied with recruits, proof of the vitality of this institution that nothing seemed able to stop as long as the empire remained powerful. No summary, no firm conclusion. The story continues elsewhere, with its triumphs and tragedies in the shadow of the stands. During the 2nd century Anno Domini, the Colosseum was already firmly embedded in the urban landscape of Rome. Inaugurated a few decades earlier under the Flavians, this gigantic amphitheater had hosted a multitude of bloody spectacles and festivities designed to astonish an ever more entertainment-hungry public. Yet, this period, marked by the rise of the Antonine dynasty and then the succession of the Severans, was also rich with natural disasters and accidents that deteriorated the structure. Meanwhile, successive magistrates and emperors endeavored to preserve this monument that had become a symbol of Roman power. Interventions followed one another to restore the walls, reinforce the stands, and modernize the scenography, while new types of performances appeared, reflecting the evolution of tastes and customs. Far from being fixed in the form it had at its inauguration, the Colosseum was in constant restructuring. Fires ravaged several sections, earthquakes caused cracks and partial collapses. In this era of imperial grandeur, the amphitheater transformed to continue attracting crowds, sometimes at the cost of expensive consolidation operations. The most damaged marbles gradually gave way to exposed brick elements, a sign of the irreversible degradation of some sectors. Artists and engineers mobilized all their expertise to prevent the edifice from falling into ruin, while the show designers constantly sought to renew the audience's interest. The first major restoration after the initial inauguration dates from the reign of Emperor Trajan, who ruled from 98 to 117. This emperor, from a Spanish lineage, enjoyed unprecedented popularity. Under him, the Roman Empire reached its largest territorial extent, stretching from Mesopotamia to the fringes of Great Britain. It was during his reign that a major fire struck the Colosseum, presumably in 107. The exact cause of this disaster is not fully documented. It could be related to an accident during festive preparations or a simple failure of the installations used to light and heat the building. The flames spread quickly, as the upper parts of the Colosseum, although massive, also contained wooden elements, notably in the substructure of the velarium and in certain staircases. The intense heat compromised the stone and mortar, causing cracks in the load-bearing arches. The vault of one of the vomitoria weakened and eventually collapsed, blocking several accesses for a significant period. Trajan, mindful of his prestige and aware that the Roman people were attached to this iconic place, ordered a large-scale restoration campaign. Imperial architects and specialized craftsmen intervened to clear the debris, consolidate the walls, and replace overly damaged wooden elements. Along the way, they also reinforced the base of some columns that threatened to detach from the arches. The engineers, experts in opus cementitium, took the opportunity to modernize certain sections of the technical basement, making the transport of animals and the functioning of hoists more practical. They also focused on fire safety, revising the arrangement of corridors, and reportedly installing additional valves in the water pipes that could serve to extinguish any new flames. The speed and efficiency of these works helped reinforce the image of a sovereign close to the people. After a few months of work, the amphitheater became operational again and could once more accommodate considerable crowds eager to applaud gladiator battles or cheer the winners of spectacular hunts. This first restoration campaign under Trajan paved the way for a long tradition of active preservation of the Colosseum, with each sovereign wishing, when a disaster occurred, to present himself as the protector of public monuments. The second series of large-scale works occurred shortly after, under the influence of the Antonine dynasty, which truly began to flourish after the death of Hadrian in 138. This broad group, known as the Antonines, includes Antoninus Pius, born in 138, Marcus Aurelius, born in 161, and Commodus in 180. Ancient sources indicate that a powerful earthquake struck Rome in 134, also affecting Campania and the Latium plain. Several structures in the capital suffered damage, and the Colosseum was not spared. Cracks spread in the external arcades, while some internal tiers became misaligned. Although the structure remained standing, its integrity was threatened, and there were fears of collapses in the event of aftershocks. The imperial engineers, inheritors of the knowledge accumulated since Augustus, then mobilized to strengthen the monumental framework. In the texts and in the subsequent surveys by Renaissance architects, traces of metal reinforcements installed at the junction of certain arches can be observed. U-shaped iron clamps were placed at regular intervals, enabling the cohesion of the damaged travertine blocks to be maintained. Concurrently, the opportunity was taken to inspect the entire circulation system from the vomitoria. It was imperative for the public to be able to evacuate the Colosseum quickly, especially in a context where further seismic tremors were feared. The Antonines sought to carry out these restorations with painstaking detail. Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher on the throne, was keen for the structure to retain its splendor to contribute to the cohesion of the empire. He knew that the Colosseum was a conduit of popular loyalty, a place where Roman might could be showcased while offering free entertainment to the populace. The teams responsible for the repairs therefore strove to restore the facades to their original appearance. The marbles of the first level, too damaged or cracked, were removed and replaced with slabs of equivalent quality, while the sculpted decorations, harmed by the shock, underwent meticulous repairs in workshops located not far from the Ludus Magnus, the neighboring gladiator school. Officers in charge of logistics supervised the deliveries of travertine blocks from the Tivoli quarries and ensured the punctuality of the construction site. The Antonines wanted to avoid a delay so common in large public projects that could provoke popular discontent. When the stands were officially reopened, commemorative games were organized, sometimes spread over several days. The inscriptions commemorated the pietas and the plenitudo of the sovereign, who had restored the people's favorite amphitheater. At the turning point between the 2nd and 3rd centuries, as the empire already faced multiple political tensions, another event struck the Colosseum under the reigns of the Severan dynasty. This lineage began with Septimius Severus in 193, continued with Caracalla in 211, then Macrinus in 217, before experiencing further upheavals. In precisely the year 217, a second major fire ravaged the upper part of the structure. Ancient historians suggest that this new disaster may have originated from a violent storm coupled with a lightning strike, or an accident during the handling of torches intended for a nocturnal spectacle. Either way, the fire spread very quickly in the upper stands and the corridors where spectators circulated. The complex system of the velarium, this vast canvas stretched to protect the public from the sun, also caught fire. The cloth and ropes made of linen, hemp, or plant fibers blazed. The masts and pulleys broke and fell onto the galleries. The thick smoke complicated the evacuation, and massive intervention by watchmen and slaves was needed to avoid a catastrophe. Caracalla, not renowned for his clemency but eager to make a mark on public opinion, then launches a vast reconstruction project. In the wake of the previous fire of 107, the most vulnerable areas are already known. Under the supervision of court architects, everything that can collapse is dismantled: charred beams, damaged podia, wall decorations fractured by falling debris. The concern for stability increasingly guides technical solutions. In some places, it is now preferred to consolidate with fired brick rather than travertine blocks, as brick allows for the rapid erection of support structures. These bricks are then coated with mortar and a veneer to make the overall appearance more visually harmonious. However, the difference from the original marble is noticeable, and some Romans complain in satirical texts, considering that their amphitheater is covered in places with a dull and vulgar shell. Later, archaeologists will clearly identify this area, distinguished by masonry with regular courses, typical of the Severan period. Marble ornamentations are limited to the most prestigious spaces, such as the balustrades of the imperial podium, since public coffers, affected by colossal military expenditures, can no longer display as much splendor as during the time of the Flavians or Antonines. While these major phases of restoration are staggered, the Colosseum also experiences changes in the types of entertainment offered. Chronicles report the more frequent appearance of damnatio ad bestias, particularly targeting Christians, a practice that involves condemning this religious minority to face wild beasts in the arena. Although accounts vary by source and exaggeration is possible, it is certain that under certain emperors, condemned individuals are exposed publicly in increasingly cruel scenarios. The Roman authorities see it as a means to intimidate those who refuse to adhere to official cults or who threaten the established order. The wild animals, notably lions, leopards, and even bears from Thrace, emerge through traps activated from the basements. The beasts, hungry and agitated by the tumult, rush upon the unfortunate, under the acclamations or horror of the public. Reports of these macabre spectacles sometimes spread beyond Rome, providing new arguments to the critics of imperial policy. For some Romans sensitive to Stoic philosophy or the moderation advocated by certain Greek schools of thought, these collective punishments are a worrying sign of the cruelty of urban society. Another novelty takes shape, the nocturnal Venationes. Until then, animal hunts primarily took place during the day. However, to renew interest in an audience accustomed to all kinds of stagings, it is imagined to organize late hunts, illuminated by torches and braziers, arranged all around the arena. In the relative silence of the night, the roars of the wild beasts resound with particular intensity, arousing fear and fascination. To make the spectacle even more surprising, Less common animals are sometimes used, such as hyenas from North Africa or packs of dogs specially trained for the occasion. Narratives carved on commemorative steles speak of gladiator lancers surrounding panthers released into the darkness. The logistics of such an event require the installation of additional lighting devices, as well as an increased presence of soldiers and guards to prevent any overflow if the beasts manage to breach the intended barriers. Care must also be taken to ensure that the arena is not too cluttered with animal corpses or carcass remains, which could cause fighters to slip and lead to severe accidents. As these shows diversify, the constraints on the very structure of the Colosseum increase. The repeated passage of cages, the vibrations caused by the massive movements of wild animals, and the storage of heavy equipment in the galleries exacerbate the wear and tear on the surface areas. Moisture traces, due to regular and sometimes cursory cleaning of the floors, ultimately alter the coatings and the joints between the stones. When a sudden event occurs, such as a fire or a partial collapse caused by an earthquake, restoration becomes an opportunity to implement quicker solutions, even if it means sacrificing decorative elegance. Gradually, we see the substitution of some marble parallelopipes with brick elements that maintain good structural integrity. The general objective is to preserve the functionality of the monument while limiting the exorbitant costs that a complete overhaul of the seating rows would require. The most damaged marbles are no longer systematically replaced, especially when their deterioration does not compromise the solidity of the edifice. Thus, over the course of the 2nd, and especially the 3rd century, the interior appearance of the Colosseum presents a patchwork of materials. On one side, marble slabs that are still intact or freshly recut. On the other, exposed bricks, quickly coated with mortar, sometimes adorned with a rudimentary decor. The lavishness of the past gradually gives way to pragmatic technical solutions, reflecting the economic and political constraints faced by an empire that must contend with wars at its borders. Moreover, the different emperors take advantage of these restorations to leave their mark on the monument. They have monumental inscriptions engraved, extolling their generosity or sense of duty. Some marble plaques, affixed at one of the entrances, remind us of the names of those who financed the reconstruction of collapsed stands or the addition of stone stairs, more resistant than the old mixed structures of wood and metal. Among the people, these measures are sometimes perceived as mere propaganda calculus, especially when the population endures tax increases linked to military campaigns. Nevertheless, it remains that, thanks to these repeated interventions, the Colosseum continues its mission as the greatest theater of Romanity. Sources mention that even during periods of work, an effort is made to keep part of the building functional, to continue providing entertainment to residents and passing visitors. Wine merchants, cake sellers, and cushion vendors then find provisional spots in less affected corridors. In this way, the economic flow surrounding the amphitheater does not completely stop, guaranteeing a certain tax revenue for the city. Beyond these investments and transformations, there is a noticeably stronger ideological orientation towards violent games. Accounts from the 3rd century mention the presence of highly specialized gladiators, wielding exotic weapons or performing in historical reenactments involving bloody staging. The severe emperors, particularly Caracalla and his entourage, maintain the public's passion for spectacular confrontations while investing in military propaganda that turns the vanquished into living symbols of Roman domination. Captives taken during campaigns in Parthian Orient or Africa are forced to fight in the arena, sometimes to the death in theatrical scenarios. This evolution also contributes to the material degradation of the amphitheater. The presence of catapults or machines designed to launch projectiles from the arena towards the imperial stand, as a demonstration, severely stresses the stands. In some cases, the arcades are hastily reinforced with support arches to prevent any partial collapse in front of the public. Regarding daily maintenance, administrative records reveal the implementation of mixed teams consisting of slaves and paid workers tasked with regularly inspecting the Colosseum's flanks. They check the condition of the exterior surfaces, examine cracks, and immediately repair risky areas. Administrators ensure that these brigades are supplied with basic materials: mortar, bricks, tiles, and fittings. But when a major disaster strikes, these teams often cannot cope alone, and exceptional imperial funding must be resorted to, ordered by decree. The emperors, aware of the amphitheater's ideological role, do not hesitate to release considerable sums to avoid the disgrace that prolonged partial ruin would bring. They sometimes cover these expenses by levying higher taxes in wealthy provinces or increasing taxes on luxury goods, which stirs murmurs among the senatorial elites. However, the primary goal remains to maintain the grandeur of Rome, and the Colosseum contributes to this prestige. As long as it hosts crowds and captivates imaginations, it remains an essential pillar of imperial Romanity. The overall result of these successive interventions is an increasingly composite structure. The elegant arches and marble facades of the Flavian and Antonine periods are complemented by reinforcement beams, iron fixing kits, and emergency or necessary brick walls. When walking through the edifice today, one can identify the multiple phases of restoration by the shape of the arches, the nature of the ashlars, and the different types of mortar or metal clamps. Some travertine blocks retain traces of their origin, inscriptions mentioning the quarries or mason symbols indicating later placements. These elements tell the tumultuous history of a monument that, far from being a mere backdrop, is a living organism, fueled by grand imperial ambitions and shaken by natural disasters or unpredictable fires. Chronicles from the 3rd century, notably those attributed to the Historia Augusta, emphasize the contrast between the grand promises of various emperors and the reality of managing a site whose maintenance becomes more expensive with each passing decade. The marbles adorning the first rows of seats, once reserved for senators and notables, bear witness to irreversible wear. Sometimes cracks are sealed with metal staples, or certain slabs are covered with a colored coating imitating the original tint, but repeated earthquakes alter their surface. In some places, there are even attempts at resurfacing, aimed at repolishing the stone to erase visible cracks. This loss of luster does not prevent Romans from continuing to flock during imperial festivals or great military anniversaries. The Colosseum, beyond a mere building, remains a strong symbol of the eternal city's identity, a central site of collective celebration, where both the glory of the armies and the alleged clemency of the emperors are showcased. The dense and noisy crowd perhaps does not notice the slow erosion of the walls, being primarily attentive to the exploits of the gladiators and the prowess of tamed beasts. Meanwhile, poets of the Severan period pen verses blending admiration for the imposing architecture with lamentations over the increasing violence in the arena each year. Urban planning and decorum issues do not fade away. Some senators, anxious to perpetuate tradition, regularly suggest re-adorning the arcades with statues or bas-reliefs. Few projects come to fruition, and they remain limited to punctual gestures. It is reported that during the reign of Elagabalus from 218, an eccentric figure of the Severan dynasty, there was a temporary discussion about fixing polychrome marble colonnades in the upper gallery, only to abandon the idea due to insufficient funds. In these troubled decades, the priority remains to keep the building in order. Workshops set up in the immediate vicinity of the Colosseum work almost continuously. They repair benches, replace hinges, and craft decorative elements for special shows. Sculptors also repair broken statues, sometimes temporarily adorning niches still in good condition, sometimes to decorate other buildings in Rome if the Colosseum is deemed full. The proximity of the Ludus Magnus facilitates logistics, as gladiators, beasts, and technical teams are concentrated in the adjacent areas. Despite these repeated repairs, structural flaws continue to multiply. The spectators' paths end up taking detours where the galleries are no longer sufficiently safe. The wealthiest, who can afford to pay for a porter and more comfortable seats, settle in the better-preserved stands, while the common people crowd into the upper tiers where the risk of instability can be higher. This division sometimes stirs social resentment, as those confined to the poorly restored sections protest against their condition, especially when bricks fall from the ceiling or water infiltrations make the steps slippery. Yet, the attraction to the games remains strong. Even stern emperors seek to enhance their exceptional character to prove the solidity of Rome and its legacy, despite the recurring civil wars and external threats. Chronicles thus evoke lavish processions where exotic beasts are brought into the arena to prove the empire's reach, and increasingly surprising naval demonstrations, although the possibility of flooding the arena is already a subject of controversy among the most technical authors. The marbles deteriorate, the cracks widen, and the solution, in a Rome struggling to preserve all its monuments, is to resort to occasional, often partial interventions. The upper stands remain the most fragile portion, exposed to the winds and constantly requiring reinforcement. Over time, the contrast between the lower levels, sometimes richly adorned or at least preserved in noble materials, and the upper galleries, roughly patched with bricks, becomes visibly more pronounced. Travelers from the eastern or western provinces visiting the capital observe this eclectic mix. Some, amazed, see it as a sign of great architectural vitality. Others, more critical, see the progressive decay of an empire unable to maintain its masterpieces in the splendid condition they once had. The era's scholars, especially those writing in Greek, sometimes draw a parallel between the Colosseum state and the internal tensions the empire is experiencing, estimating that if the amphitheater's structure is cracking, then Rome's power itself is threatened. As for the emperors, they prefer to see it as a transitional phase. As long as the monument continues to fulfill its primary function, as long as it brings the population together around spectacular events, it remains an asset and a symbol of the city. At the threshold of the 3rd century, the Colosseum undergoes significant repairs following fires, earthquakes, and general wear and tear, while ever more violent forms of entertainment are introduced. Under the authority of Trajan, then of the Antonines, and finally the Severans, the amphitheater is restored each time, even though its marbles, witnesses of its initial splendor, gradually disappear in favor of inevitable brick and mortar consolidations. The costly maintenance and sometimes hasty repairs reflect the priorities of a power betting on the continuity of the games to cement its legitimacy. The people, for their part, continue to fill the stands, fascinated by gladiator combats, nocturnal Venationes, or the brutal exhibition of Christians thrown to the beasts. Through these successive restorations and spectacular evolutions, the Colosseum illustrates Rome's ability to preserve its most emblematic heritage while revealing the groping and contradictions of an empire in full transformation. Throughout the 4th century, the Roman Empire undergoes a period of political and religious upheaval that directly affects the functioning of the Colosseum. Since its inauguration in the 1st century, the amphitheater has continuously hosted bloody spectacles and ceremonies intended to celebrate the power of Rome. However, Roman society is then undergoing a profound change. Christianity, initially persecuted, gradually gains influence until it becomes the dominant religion. Emperor Constantine, victorious over Maxentius in 312, lays the groundwork for this decisive shift. According to historians, The Edict of Milan, promulgated in 313, does not immediately ban pagan cults, but it officially recognizes the tolerance of Christianity, ultimately calling into question public sacrifices and the imperial cult. Before this, the spectacles at the Colosseum largely relied on sacrificial rites. The killing of exotic beasts or condemned gladiators was not only entertainment, but often an integral part of a religious system. The offerings of blood, the pomp of the circus, and the theatricalization of violence contributed to the grandeur of the city and popular piety. With the emergence of a faith that values a message of mercy and condemns the brutal nature of pagan offerings, the Roman public scene gradually changes. During the first half of the 4th century, imperial support for Christianity becomes more visible. Constantine, while maintaining certain forms of public ceremonies, legislates to prevent sacrifices deemed idolatrous or bloody. Ancient sources, often fragmentary, thus attest to official decisions aimed at restricting or even eliminating pagan rites. This is not an absolute and immediate prohibition. Many pagan ceremonies persist, especially in rural areas, where ancient traditions endure in more discrete forms. However, in the capital and major metropolises, the growing pressure against these practices is felt. Local magistrates, sensitive to imperial injunctions, begin to limit the organization of spectacular hunts and gladiatorial combats in the Flavian amphitheater. Some prefects of Rome, following the imperial example, redirect public resources towards the construction of Christian edifices or civil infrastructures, reducing budgets allocated to bloody spectacles. The Colosseum then sees its activity diminish. Events are still organized there on specific dates or to commemorate the founding of the city, but the scale and frequency of the games visibly shrink. In the second half of the 4th century, the Christianizing momentum intensifies thanks to several imperial edicts. Emperor Theodosius III, towards the end of the century, proclaims Nicene Christianity as the official religion of the empire, formally banning pagan cults. Even though this measure does not signify the total disappearance of ancient practices, it instills a climate unfavorable to the organization of grand spectacles of yesteryear. Traditionalist aristocrats, once proud to finance lavish games, face a new morality that deems such demonstrations of cruelty unworthy. Sources report controversies among patrician families who must choose between maintaining the pagan tradition at the risk of opposing Christian authority or aligning with the imperial stance. In this context, the Colosseum, an emblem of the ancient Roman ludic culture, gradually becomes orphaned of the splendor that had built its renown. The political combinations between the Senate, attached to its privileges, and the imperial court, eager to establish the Christian religion, accelerate the transformation of the amphitheater's uses. At the end of the 4th century, some emperors attempt to revive the distribution of festival entertainments. But these attempts, based on political calculations, do not renew the splendor of the great sequences of previous games. In the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was caught in growing turmoil. Between the invasion of Rome by Alaric's Visigoths in 410, repeated incursions by the Vandals, and the gradual collapse of imperial authority, many public resources were drying up. Civil wars and the fragmentation of power left little room for organizing costly spectacles. In this climate of instability, gladiatorial games became scarce. The breeding and transport of exotic animals for venations were no longer manageable. Mediterranean routes were threatened, Eastern trade declined, and the logistics necessary to transport beasts from Africa or Asia became mostly an unattainable luxury. The Colosseum, built to impress the crowd and magnify imperial glory, was deprived of its original purpose. Chronicles of the time testify to more modest events, sometimes jousts or equestrian exhibitions incomparable to the splendor of past centuries. Public finances turned towards military needs and the defense of borders. Exotic marine animals, tigers from Asia, and elephants from Africa became almost inaccessible curiosities for a weakened and transforming Roman power. At the beginning of the 6th century, Italy came under the control of the Ostrogoths, led by King Theodoric the Great. Born around 454, he belonged to one of the most illustrious Gothic lineages and was educated at the court of Constantinople, granting him an extraordinary Romano-barbarian culture. Taking advantage of the collapse of Roman power in the west, he took possession of the Italian peninsula in 493. Unlike some barbarian kings focused on pillage, Theodoric presented himself as a continuer of Roman traditions and ensured the maintenance of a certain order. He settled in Ravenna, sparing Rome from a new total devastation. However, the Flavian amphitheater was no longer the centralized scene it once was. The finances of the Ostrogothic kingdom, though more stable than under the last emperors of the West, did not allow for a full restoration of the pomp of the games. Nevertheless, isolated sources report that under his reign, occasional hunts were organized, sometimes to impress foreign embassies. The historian Cassiodorus, a collaborator of the Gothic court, supposedly mentioned some hunting spectacles to honor the memory of ancient splendor and affirm Romano-Gothic continuity. According to tradition, the last documented venatio took place in 523. It was possibly a symbolic demonstration, partaking as much in political propaganda as in an archaic desire to reconnect with the feats of earlier times. Yet these events remained marginal. The majority of Romans during the Ostrogothic period seemed less attached to bloody games than to economic survival and the preservation of their goods. The Colosseum, therefore, found itself increasingly deserted, and the amphitheater no longer echoed with the clash of arms. Political attention focused on negotiating treaties, partially rebuilding damaged infrastructure, and managing the religious tensions between Arians, of whom Theodoric was a protector, and Nicene Orthodox. Sumptuous expenses, such as organizing grand spectacles, were no longer a priority. This period thus marked a spectacular turning point in the vocation of the edifice. Rather than hosting noisy crowds, its stands began to be repurposed, sometimes in the form of materials or living space for the most deprived classes. Wooden partitions and rudimentary partitions were installed in the upper galleries, transforming the corridors into refuges for all sorts of displaced or poor populations. From the gradual abandonment of the games, the monumental nature of the Colosseum nonetheless attracts various groups considering occupying it informally. In late antiquity, we often witness the conversion of old public buildings into residential or artisanal structures. It is known that in some theaters or circuses, weaving workshops or blacksmith shops are improvised when the administration no longer supervises their official use. In Rome, the population decreases significantly, and the city, still scattered with grand monuments, does not always have the resources to maintain these vast complexes. The arches of the Colosseum then offer sheltered spaces, even if the place remains partially open to the elements. Later, chroniclers refer to urban disorder, with beggars, refugees, and wanderers coexisting in the ruined structure. The amphitheater turns into a heterogeneous microcosm, reflecting the decline of imperial splendor and the ruler's inability to manage maintenance responsibilities. As the marbles of the arena and stands deteriorate, and statues are stolen or destroyed due to a lack of surveillance, the Colosseum transforms into a kind of ghost district, haunted by the memories of the triumphant spectacles of the past. The ideological battle between paganism and Christianity is then expressed in the stories circulating about former martyrs allegedly executed in this amphitheater. The question of Christian martyrs in the Colosseum indeed remains a controversial subject. In late antiquity, several sites are associated with the executions of believers who fell victim to Roman persecutions, notably under the reigns of Nero or Diocletian. However, modern historians struggle to find tangible evidence confirming the existence of a massive persecution specifically orchestrated in the Flavian amphitheater. Texts from the period rather speak of tortures inflicted in various places, including the circuses, forums, or even theaters. The stories that systematically associate Christian martyrs with the Colosseum often appear later, fueled by the medieval desire to sanctify the ruins of Rome. It is likely that a few Christians did indeed meet their end in this arena, as in other public spaces, but the scale of the phenomenon is not precisely documented. The popular tradition, especially from the Middle Ages onwards, will amplify these stories, making the Colosseum a sort of symbol of the bloodshed for the faith. The Church Fathers of the 5th and 6th centuries rather emphasize the general immorality of pagan spectacles, but they do not detail large-scale executions of believers in this specific building. Later legends will incorporate these elements in a romanticized manner, creating an idealized version of martyrs standing against wild beasts or the gladiator's sword under the imposing arch of the Colosseum. By cross-referencing the sources, one finds that the idea of a place massively associated with Christian blood mostly dates back to the period when Rome seeks to redefine itself as a holy city. Christian pilgrimages, which gain importance under the pontificate of certain popes, require strong sites, capable of recalling both the power of the faith and the defeat of paganism. The Colosseum, due to its size, history, and fame, perfectly suited this narrative. In some late homiliaries, there are implicit references to the victory of the cross in the amphitheater, transposing the symbolism of spiritual triumph onto the remnants of a pagan monument. Devotional inscriptions, while not numerous, appear sporadically, which seems to testify to a gradual reappropriation of the ruins by the Christian community eager to commemorate sacrifice and faith. In the collective mind, the Colosseum thus becomes a privileged location to nurture the memory of heroic resistance against persecutions. This memory is primarily transmitted through oral tradition and hagiographic adaptations, more than through official documents. Moreover, the rare municipal or ecclesiastical archives that deal with the management of this site focus on purely administrative aspects, such as land distribution or material recovery. The mentions of martyrs are vague or nearly non-existent at this stage. As society rebuilds under Ostrogothic domination and religious buildings multiply, the sacred topography of Rome is redrawn. Christian basilicas, such as St. John Lateran or St. Peter's, surpass the ancient pagan temples in prestige, and stones from ancient monuments are often reused. The Colosseum, meanwhile, is not yet consecrated as an explicitly sacred site, but it already features a burgeoning pious legend. Simultaneously, the abandonment of the arena continues. The walls, lacking maintenance, begin to show cracks. Water infiltration weakens the masonry and substructures. Earthquakes, already reported in the 4th century, worsen the building's deterioration. With the scarcity of public resources and the decline in urban population, no authority assumes the role of maintenance. Gradually, the opulent shell empties of its spectators, becomes overgrown with wild plants growing between the cracked slabs, and shelters a marginalized population. Some modest families settle there, recovering blocks of travertine to erect makeshift partitions. It is sometimes used to store hay, provisions, or goods protected from the weather. Over generations, the collective memory of the Colosseum as a venue for bloody spectacles intertwines with the notion that it is also a place where many Christians perished, thus fueling spiritual imaginations and patristic narratives. This period, from the 4th to the 6th century, is thus pivotal for the Flavian amphitheater. The games, initially questioned by early Christian legislation, experience an inexorable decline. Catholic aristocrats, eager to demonstrate their adherence to the new state religion, gradually renounce the role of munerarii, that is, organizers and benefactors of spectacles, as support for public executions and gladiatorial combat becomes morally ambiguous. The political honors once associated with the funding of bloody events progressively lose their luster. Meanwhile, the massive structure of the Colosseum, difficult to maintain in times of crisis, deteriorates. The consequences of invasions, military conflicts, and the fragmentation of Roman power accelerate the building's obsolescence as a primary venue for festive gatherings. Furthermore, administrative centralization crumbles, and the city of Rome finds itself politically weakened, contributing to the attachment of the monument to secondary, even makeshift functions. Unlike some monuments repurposed for direct religious use, the Colosseum does not immediately become a church. It remains on the sidelines of the major ecclesiastical projects observed in the city. The diminishing of the games means that the arena no longer has any official utility. Successive prefects attempt to maintain a semblance of control over the site, but they are often lacking in means. Reactions from the population vary. For some, the Colosseum remains a symbol of Rome's past glory. For others, it becomes a potentially sacred space, imbued with stories of martyrdom. For the majority, it mainly transforms into a material resource, a refuge, or a storage space. Ecclesiastical texts from the period do not clearly indicate an institutionalized intent to sanctify the building, but they demonstrate the emergence of moral discourse condemning the spectacular violence once celebrated. Christian preachers urge their community to forsake their taste for blood and to prefer charity to cruel festivities. Sermons emphasize the perverse nature of the ancient games, highlighting the lack of compassion and the frivolity of a people who once found pleasure in the suffering of others. Thus, the Colosseum gradually fades from official civic life, yielding to a new Christian consciousness more inclined to communal prayer than public slaughter. Although the dates are not always precisely documented, it is possible to situate the effective end of the great popular games between the reign of Honorius and the early decades of the 6th century. Honorius, the Western Roman emperor from 395 to 423, already prescribed the complete cessation of gladiatorial combat, even though this order was not followed everywhere with the same rigor. The actual impact of this decree seems to have drastically reduced the number of armed duels held in the amphitheater. As for the Venaciones, their disappearance occurred a bit more slowly due to the continued popular enthusiasm for animal exhibitions. This is likely why hunts are still attested under Theodoric in 523. After this date, mentions of such spectacles almost completely disappear from Roman annals. Gradually, the population became accustomed to other forms of entertainment, which were less costly and less bloody, such as small circuses organized by itinerant performers or acrobatics presented at rural fairs. The legacy of the gladiators and the bestiaries diluted in a fragmented Western empire, which eventually adopted new martial values, centered not on public representation in arenas, but on the defense of borders and the militarization of post-Roman societies. The transformation of the Colosseum into a semi-deserted space and the birth of myths around Christian blood are inseparable from the context of late antiquity, where religious identity reshapes all former institutions. Emperors, bishops, and barbarian kings competed for the Roman legacy, shaping memory policies that sometimes emphasized continuity and sometimes rupture. The case of the Colosseum perfectly illustrates this dynamic. In less than 2 centuries, the most emblematic amphitheater of the Roman world lost its primary function as a venue for spectacles, underwent the pressures of Christianization, was partially abandoned, and was imbued with a legendary dimension. Discourses on martyrs, nurtured over time, claim that the spiritual struggle took place in this very space, once dedicated to pagan entertainments. However, if we adhere to historical criticism, we have few direct testimonies proving massive executions of Christians in this specific location. Most often, contemporary documentation describes condemnations organized in various arenas of the empire or in prisons and quarries. The Colosseum itself, despite its aura, does not appear as the sole theater of these tragedies. Yet, the relative silence of the archives has not prevented popular and religious memory from durably associating the Flavian amphitheater with the sufferings of nascent faith, thus paving the way for a sacralization process that in the following centuries would reshape the place of this monument in the collective imagination. In the following decades, practical uses and sacred narratives continued to intertwine, contributing to making the Colosseum a site charged with multiple meanings. As the Christian community solidified, some local brotherhoods might interpret this monument as a space for contemplation and expiation of past faults, while other groups saw only a reservoir of materials or a makeshift shelter. Liturgical chants and memories of suffering intertwined with the trivial reality of daily life, where makeshift roofs were repaired and individuals quarreled over a patch of shadow under the arches to escape the Roman heat. By the 7th century, the Western Roman Empire had disappeared for about 2 centuries, leaving the city of Rome under the fluctuating influence of various successive powers. Decimated by invasions, weakened by demographic decline, and stripped by ephemeral governments, the ancient capital was but a shadow of itself. In this context of retreat, the Colosseum, once an emblem of imperial power, no longer served to host the grand spectacles celebrated under pagan emperors. Epidemics, misery, and insecurity made the urban area difficult to manage, so many abandoned buildings spontaneously transformed into shelters for vulnerable populations or armed groups. In the vast Flavian amphitheater, the inner arcades, once traversed by enthusiastic crowds, began to be converted into makeshift residences. This popular use, however, clashed with the new ambitions of the Christian Church, which sought to leave its mark on every significant remnant of the eternal city. In the 8th century, as the papal power gradually consolidated its spiritual and temporal authority, a small religious community undertook to establish a modest place of worship between the arcades of the Colosseum. This project, associated with different sources, corresponds to the establishment of the Church of Santa Maria della Pietà, sometimes mentioned in texts under a slightly different name. The faithful, in search of a sheltered space, reused vaulted corridors to set up a chapel, a rudimentary altar, and simple but functional liturgical elements. The immediate proximity of such a sanctuary within an emblematic structure of imperial Rome symbolized both the triumph of the Christian faith over the pagan past and the urban continuity despite political disorders. The celebrations, punctuated by prayers and rites filled with deep fervor, revealed a desire to breathe new life into a monument that Romans still called Amphitheatrum Flavium, although the name Colosseum was already circulating in popular language. Between the 11th and 13th centuries, 2 great Roman families, the Frangipani and the Annibaldi, sought to exploit the defensive potential of the Colosseum to consolidate their power in a city marked by instability. The lords of the Italian peninsula often fought for control of urban fortifications, considered strategic keys in an environment where central authority remained fluctuating. The Frangipani, taking advantage of the thickness of the walls and the imposing height of the stands, fortified several levels of the amphitheater by installing watchtowers and rudimentary artillery points. The spatial organization of the monument lent itself easily to the construction of wooden platforms, internal towers, and storage spaces. Later, the Annibaldi family took advantage of the temporary weakening of their rivals to take possession of part of these fortifications, sometimes adding new defensive structures and remodeling the accesses. Thus, the Colosseum took on the appearance of a feudal castle dominated by the bursts of rivalries between clans. The devastating earthquake of the year 847 left significant traces throughout the city of Rome. The ancient buildings, which had already suffered the ravages of time, were particularly vulnerable to seismic shocks. At the Colosseum, the tremor shook the structure and precipitated the partial collapse of the southern ring, where arches and vaults formed an imposing facade. The travertine stones dislodged in places, exposing the internal galleries to bad weather and further weakening the upper courses. The families controlling the site, anxious to maintain an effective bastion, undertook some emergency repairs. They consolidated parts of the wall with reused blocks and placed wooden supports under the most threatened sections. However, these measures, often improvised and costly, were not enough to prevent future degradation. The building thus retained in its asymmetrical silhouette the evident mark of this cataclysm, which forever altered the profile of the amphitheater. Over the decades, the reinforcement of internal fortifications required multiple interventions in the circulation galleries. Partition walls were inserted to subdivide the space and more easily control access to the different levels. In some sections, even makeshift dwellings were raised, comprising rooms, warehouses, and latrines. While medieval Europe went through a period of economic expansion punctuated by the rivalry of Italian powers, Rome remained a stage for confrontations between noble families and ecclesiastical factions. The Flavian amphitheater became, under the aegis of the Frangipani, or the Annibaldi, a veritable citadel where one could retreat during neighborhood conflicts or more serious invasions. However, in 1231, a new earthquake struck the region, worsening the cracks and causing further collapse in the southern part of the construction. This disaster further transformed the configuration of the Colosseum, accentuating its appearance as a monumental ruin while leaving more or less intact habitable zones. As architecture suffered irreversible damage, the need for construction and renovation in the medieval city became urgent. Bridges, palaces, and sacred places required large quantities of stone. The travertine, a limestone rock abundant in monumental Roman structures, offered ideal qualities for the elevation of new buildings. The nobles and ecclesiastical institutions quickly identified the almost inexhaustible potential of the Colosseum to supply their own construction sites without having to resort to costly external quarries. Blocks and slabs were extracted by methodically detaching stones from the collapsed perimeter or sections deemed superfluous. Masons set up their scaffolding in the heart of the amphitheater itself before transporting the materials to the construction sites. This practice, encouraged by the lack of precise regulation, contributed to the ravaged appearance of the monument, accelerating the disappearance of ornamental elements while providing a raw material for medieval urbanism. A notable part of this travertine was used for paving the area surrounding St. Peter's Basilica, whose outdoor layout required abundant resources to support the flow of pilgrims. The successive popes, obliged to maintain and embellish the sacred sites, did not hesitate to draw from this ancient reservoir to extract blocks and slabs. Furthermore, some great Roman families, eager to assert their status, used these stones to build their own residences. The Palazzo Barberini, for example, erected from the 17th century but derived from older initial projects, sometimes integrated materials directly from the Colosseum. The masons and tailors, however, took care to distinguish the higher quality blocks from the innermost layers from the already fractured stones, considered less stable. The widespread reuse of these remnants reflected a medieval and Renaissance mentality for which extraction prevailed over preservation. In parallel with this large-scale exploitation, life continued to organize itself in the dismantled parts of the amphitheater. Several dozen families, sometimes linked to local protectors, lived in cramped cells set up in the recesses of the structure. The corridors became covered alleys, while rough stairs allowed climbing to the upper levels, where wooden fences marked the boundary between the public space and the private zones. The massive walls, inherited from antiquity, constituted a significant protection against external attacks, even if the interior comfort often left much to be desired. The inhabitants, placed under the tutelage of a local lord, engaged in small-scale artisanal or domestic activities to meet their needs: weaving, cooking, tinsmithing, or carpentry. The families dominated certain tunnels and sometimes collected an informal tax from passing merchants wishing to store their goods in a place safe from thieves. During this period, when Rome saw various authorities opposing each other, control of the Colosseum aroused intense covetousness. The Pope wished to maintain order in the city, while the aristocratic families saw military and economic interest in it. Tensions increased when one of the groups took possession of the amphitheater without the consent of a rival, sometimes leading to real pitched battles inside the arcades. The building, fortified by the Frangipani, occasionally passed from hand to hand, depending on circumstantial alliances, altering the daily lives of those residing there. In the 13th century, the emergence of powerful lineages like the Orsini or the Colonna added another layer of complexity, each clan aspiring to control a fortress suited for urban defense. Such rivalries explain why, from a medieval perspective, the Colosseum no longer appeared as a mere ancient memory, but as a major geopolitical stake in local struggles. In the 14th century, the city of Rome remained ensnared in its own past, caught between aspirations for renewal and the inertias of a feudal political structure. The Colosseum, still missing its southern flank, resembled an unfinished fortress, walls reinforced in places, gaping arches elsewhere, with circulation reduced to a few central corridors. The rare festive events organized in the arena were limited to civil or religious ceremonies, far from the violent spectacles of antiquity. Despite the dilapidated state of the stands, some urban tribes retained the use of spaces to debate local issues, seal treaties, or negotiate the freedom of prisoners. The Church of Santa Maria della Pietà, for its part, subsisted in a modest form at the heart of this landscape of fortifications and makeshift quarries. The clergy, despite the risks of collapse, continued to celebrate the office, maintaining a fragile balance between the sanctity of the place and the sometimes brutal reality of a building that had become a power issue. Even so, passers-by still occasionally contemplated the fragile majesty of the monument. In the early 14th century, Western Europe gradually embarked on an era of cultural renewal that historians would much later call the Renaissance. At that time, many scholars began to turn away from medieval traditions deemed too confined in scholasticism and to renew interest in the culture of antiquity. In Italian cities, notably Florence, Rome, and Venice, the rediscovery of Latin and Greek authors went hand in hand with the rise of arts and letters. Intellectuals, eager to draw from the past aesthetic and moral models, turned towards surviving ancient monuments, the most eloquent of which remains the Flavian amphitheater, now identified as the Colosseum. Although the edifice is partially ruined, it remains at the heart of collective memory. Its location, its collapsed arcades, and its unfinished vaults spark the curiosity of these early humanists who see it as tangible proof of Roman grandeur. The idea of a return to the values of antiquity, perceived as a golden age to be recreated, is thus accompanied by an antiquarian rediscovery where philological curiosity, a spirit of investigation and admiration for the architectural science of the ancients blend. One of the first great representatives of this movement is Francesco Petrarca, known in French as Petrarch, born in 1304. A poet and scholar, he is considered a pioneer of humanism. Born in Arezzo, he traveled through Italy and, as a keen observer of his time, sought to revive ancient Latin culture. He collected manuscripts, corresponded with scholars across the peninsula, and took an interest in the material remains of pre-Christian Rome. During his Roman stays, Petrarch walked along the ruins of the old imperial city, where the Colosseum stood like an immobile giant. To him, visiting this monument held real didactic value. The monumentality of its stones, though partially crumbled, testified to a sense of urbanism and a constructive virtuosity that the Dark Middle Ages had, in his view, largely forgotten. He noted these reflections early on in his letters and poetic writings, although not making it a detailed technical study. Petrarch referred to the Colosseum as one of the most powerful symbols of the grandiose Pax Romana, and, above all, as a living memory of the strength and refinement that made Rome famous across 3 continents. In the next century, another Italian scholar continued and systematized this veneration for Roman antiquity, Flavio Biondo, born in 1392. Historian and antiquarian, he hailed from an emerging tradition of researchers who no longer just contemplated the ruins, but undertook to classify and study them methodically. Author of works such as Roma Instaurata and Roma Triumphans, Biondo undertook the mission of compiling an almost encyclopedic inventory of the monuments of the Eternal City. Relying on ancient sources and field observations, he explored what the Flavian amphitheater represented in Roman topography, its role in the public life of the imperial city, its architectural impact on surrounding constructions, and the political prestige tied to its foundation under Vespasian and Titus. His endeavor marked an important turning point. By documenting the history and description of edifices like the Colosseum, he paved the way for a new generation of architects who would seek to imitate and even surpass the technical and artistic achievements of the Romans. During the same period, the ruins of the Colosseum began to attract the attention of artists and architects who wanted to better understand the principles of ancient construction. Giuliano da San Gallo, born around 1445, a Florentine architect, was among these pioneers. A man of the Italian Renaissance, he traveled around Rome to copy the details of the friezes, columns, and vaults. His sketchbooks, which are preserved in Florence and Rome, reveal both an aesthetic and technical perspective. He takes care to represent the organization of the Colosseum in superimposed arcades, admires the rhythmic alternation of orders, Tuscan, Ionic, and Corinthian, and becomes familiar with the very elaborate structure of the substructures. The explicit goal is to reintroduce, in contemporary projects, the purity and nobility of Roman architecture. His drawings, circulated in copy among humanist circles, influenced the perception of the monument, no longer as a simple curiosity, but as a source of formal solutions suitable for the civil and religious architecture of the time. These surveys and studies continue in the work of Donato Bramante, born in 1444, a major architect of the Renaissance, later tasked by Pope Julius II to design a new St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. Even before this colossal project, Bramante, originating from the Duchy of Milan, settled in Rome and became passionate about the geometry of the Flavian amphitheater. He ventured into the lower levels, observed the vaulted corridors, and recorded the travertine masonry system. He notes how the structure consists of external arcades serving as buttresses, while internal circular rings are dedicated to the rapid circulation of spectators. This direct study on the field nurtures his learning and guides his concepts. The majesty of circular forms, the rigorous proportion of volumes, and the way of distributing weight on regularly arranged pillars will echo in his later works. Among his notes, one finds diagrams that transcribe the logic of the superposition of orders. This observation work on the old theater, as he sometimes called it, nourishes the reflection of a whole generation of artists trained in the orbit of the papal court. Sebastiano Serlio, born in 1475, also fascinated by antiquity, dedicated several treatises to architecture and perspective. He is the author of the famous 7 Books of Architecture, works published progressively from the 1530s, which will become an indispensable reference for European architects. Serlio made precise surveys at the Colosseum, which he visited trying to reconstruct its original structure. He strives to understand the spatial logic of the building, seeking how the arcades connect and what proportions regulate the height of the tiers. He compares the Roman amphitheater to Greek theaters, noting the role of radial vaults as receptacles for internal staircases. His ambition is to extract universal principles from Roman architecture that he can then recommend to his contemporaries. Although his approach is marked by the Renaissance taste for sometimes idealized mathematical harmony, Serlio offers a descriptive corpus all the more valuable since it serves as a theoretical model in several architecture courses throughout Italy and France. Many Northern European architects will draw inspiration from his plates, testifying to the considerable influence of a monument like the Colosseum in redefining Western aesthetic canons. As architects study the Colosseum, the cultural environment of the Renaissance also encourages an experimental and scientific approach. The curiosity for ancient knowledge meets the desire to forge new knowledge based on observation and deduction. Several treatises by Renaissance engineers compare the regularity of Roman arches to the potential of Gothic vaults, seeking to determine the ideal balance between span, thickness, and geometry. In this context, the Colosseum acts as a living lesson in statics and material resistance. The economy of the ancient construction site, the technique of opus caementitium, Roman concrete, and the care in aligning the circular rings attract the greatest attention. Some craftsmen and master builders rediscover, by walking through the corridors below the arena, how the Romans managed the foundations and reinforced the junction points. Documents of the time report that periodically, digs are made to better access the underground spaces, partially filled, but allowing for measures of alignment precision and to admire the remains of the hypogum. In this milieu where art, science, and philosophy blend together, a universal mind could only be drawn to these majestic ruins. Leonardo da Vinci, born in 1452, engineer, painter, and anatomist, is renowned for having visited Rome on several occasions, notably under the protection of Pope Leo X. It is said that he devoted time to studying the vaults of the Colosseum to deepen his reflections on the laws of gravity and the balance of forces. Though he left no exhaustive writings on this subject, a few passages from his notebooks and some indirect testimonies indicate that Leonardo contemplated and drew the accessible portions of the amphitheater, observing the behavior of the arches that support the weight of the seating tiers. This anecdote is often related to illustrate his interest in curved forms and mechanical principles. He sought to understand how pressure was distributed between the different support points, as well as the constraints imposed by the erosion of time. He is said to have compared the structure to a living organism, highlighting how each arcade played a determined role in the whole, similar to bones in a skeleton. His approach, marrying arts and sciences, perfectly aligns with the Renaissance spirit, which aimed to understand and surpass the antique heritage not by flatly copying it, but by questioning it to extract universal laws. In deepening these studies, Leonardo was thus able to expand his theory of forces, exerting a subterranean influence on many contemporary projects. In a world where the circulation of knowledge sometimes occurs informally, through manuscripts and the words of scholarly circles, Leonardo's reputation as an outstanding engineer precedes him. Florentine and Roman workshops hear of his observations, and some even attempt to reproduce on a smaller scale the annular vault typical of the Colosseum in the construction of palaces or courtyards. The idea of stability by the distribution of thrusts, long inherent to Roman concepts, echoes in the construction of domes, as seen in Santa Maria del Fiore in Florence by Brunelleschi, or in the future Dome of St. Peter's in Rome, initially sketched by Bramante and then realized by Michelangelo. While sources do not specify the exact extent of the Colosseum's direct influence on these major projects, the monument unquestionably served as a reference for the calculation of forces and the organization of circular spaces intended to accommodate a large number of worshippers or spectators. This fascination with ancient construction techniques also reflects on the very image of the Colosseum. Rather than merely being a picturesque ruin, it acquires the status of a pedagogical edifice, visited with the intention of drawing advice and practical solutions. Humanists like Petrarch and Biondo initiated this approach by identifying the amphitheater as a historical and intellectual reference. Architects such as da Sangallo, Bramante, and Serlio furthered the documentation effort by precisely analyzing the masonry and proportions. Engineers and thinkers, notably Leonardo da Vinci, saw it as a source of inspiration for scientific investigations, since one could directly confront the theory and reality of mechanical loads there. The Colosseum thus presents itself as a crossroads of different artistic, literary, and scientific disciplines that define the Renaissance. The urban renovation projects, encouraged by the Renaissance popes, gradually led to the clearing of some ruined surroundings to facilitate access. Despite work carried out to recover building material, the Colosseum receives slightly more respectful attention. According to some testimonies, teams mandated by cardinals or influential families only remove blocks located in parts already collapsed or too damaged to be restored. The idea spreads that this millennial amphitheater deserves a form of preservation, as it symbolizes the triumph of Rome and the identity of the city. Pilgrimage guides and the first maps of Rome, disseminated among the literati, increasingly mention the obligatory stop at the Colosseum for those who wish to know past grandeur. In these works, the evocation of the edifice sometimes shifts towards a moral metaphor, where the Colosseum represents the vanity of the world and the ephemeral nature of empires, while exalting human genius capable of conceiving such architectural marvels. This ambivalence between architectural admiration and spiritual meditation runs through the entire artistic production from the 15th to the 16th century. In some Renaissance paintings, there are partially idealized representations of the Colosseum. The monument is painted whole, with its seating tiers reconstructed, better symbolizing the grandeur of Rome. Others, on the contrary, depict it in its fragmented state to highlight the decline of antiquity, while exalting the humanist reflection that rests upon these ruins. Patrons, close to the papacy, do not hesitate to call upon engravers to reproduce views of the Colosseum that they incorporate into collections intended to reflect their erudition and taste for the arts. The works thus produced circulate among European courts and enhance the general attraction to ancient monuments. The manuscripts and sketchbooks circulating in the architectural workshops of the 16th century further multiply details about the internal structure of the Colosseum. They show precisely the relieving arches, the arrangement of the seating tiers, and estimates regarding the number of spectators the amphitheater could accommodate. Some estimate that it could hold nearly 50,000 people or even more, an impressive hypothesis when one imagines the resources of the era. The enthusiasm with which Roman logic is deciphered reflects a desire to adapt it to contemporary needs. Theaters, princely festivals, and religious ceremonies benefit from the lessons of modularity and circulation offered by the annular arrangement of the ancient monument. Serlio's plates, notably, show schematic sections explaining the distribution of loads on the central pillars and how the barrel vaults join together to stabilize the whole. The attraction to ancient engineering also fits into the broader perspective of emulation among Italian courts. The Medicis in Florence, the Sforzas in Milan, the Estes in Ferrara, and the Gonzags in Mantua support architects and eminent virtuosos striving to rival the ancient glories of Rome. Owning codices of surveys or reproductions of iconic monuments like the Pantheon or the Colosseum becomes a sign of prestige. These prince collectors surround themselves with engineers ready to experiment with bold solutions in the construction of fortifications, palaces, or domes. Leonardo da Vinci's notes, though not forming a completed treatise, contribute to this creative fervor. By redistributing his observations on the resistance of arches, he participates in the development of unprecedented architectural models for the time. The Colosseum, in this context, is not merely a witness to the past. It provides a living field of experimentation where the solidity of a grand edifice can be observed despite centuries of abandonment and partial plundering. Several patrons, aware of the diplomatic potential of culture, invite foreign painters and architects to come and contemplate the wonders of Rome. French, Germans, and Flemings then discover the Colosseum, which they often name the Great Circus or the Ancient Amphitheater. The impact on 16th and 17th century European architecture is considerable. Official buildings, public squares, and some gardens are designed by taking inspiration, sometimes freely, from the Roman repertoire. There is a search to reproduce the taste for symmetry, circular geometry, and monumentality that characterized the Flavian amphitheater. Thus, the neoclassical movement that would later flourish towards the end of the 18th century would have already received a decisive impulse from these early observations conducted during the Renaissance. The publication of Serlio's, but also Palladio's, treatises will durably anchor the idea that studying the Colosseum is an almost obligatory step in the training of any architect keen to fully understand the Roman tradition. Even if, in the 14th century, the reclamation of the past is only in its infancy, the evolution is irresistibly underway. The Renaissance gradually becomes aware of the intellectual power hidden in the classical heritage, not only to establish a new aesthetic, but also to rehabilitate a form of scientific rationality. The Colosseum, a work of engineering and imperial spectacle, becomes an architectural manifesto that the greatest minds of the time consider an inexhaustible source of reflection. Humanists, architects, and even a few enlightened patrons all contribute to this movement that marks the break from the Middle Ages and heralds the blossoming of modern culture. By reconnecting with the legacy of antiquity, they lay the foundations for a more coherent architecture, a more rational perspective, and a more curious spirit, nourished by the concrete example of an ancient edifice whose identity far surpasses fleeting political contingencies. These rediscoveries, however, are subject to the whims of papal politics and power struggles between major Italian families. The building, sometimes plundered for construction projects, also experiences sporadic preservation measures decreed by certain popes who seek to maintain at least partially this centuries-old glory. All this unfolds in a context of intellectual effervescence, where Petrarch's thought encourages a return to ancient texts, where Flavio Biondo offers an orderly and critical reading of Roman urbanism, and where draftsmen like da Sangallo, Bramante, or Serlio establish a bridge between ancient majesty and new structures. Anecdotes about Leonardo da Vinci, bent over the stone foundations to calculate the thrust of the arches, well illustrate the technical and artistic enthusiasm characteristic of this transitional period. The Flavian amphitheater comes to symbolize both the fragility of a bygone era and the possibility of an intellectual revival based on updated knowledge, capable of opening new perspectives for the entire Western world. At the turn of the 17th and 18th centuries, the face of the Colosseum transforms under the influence of a spiritual renewal, marked by the rise of Christian pilgrimage. Long despised or forgotten, the ancient enclosure is attributed, based on traditions then deemed legitimate, the role of a martyr's sanctuary. Already, pious processions had timidly organized between the arcades, but it was in 1749 that this movement takes on an official dimension when Pope Benedict XIII, pontificate from 1740 to 1758, decides to dedicate the arena to the blood of the first Christians, reputed to have perished there under Roman persecution. This solemn act permanently establishes the perception of a sacred place where the crowd comes to evoke the pain and perseverance of the martyrs. In this context, the institution of the Via Crucis, or Way of the Cross, transforms the internal structure of the monument. Stations representing each stage of Christ's Passion are installed around the arena, inviting the faithful to walk and meditate on the path of the Savior. Large wooden crosses are also erected in locations deemed significant, further anchoring the religious dimension in the pagan architecture. These interventions are accompanied by a strict prohibition on removing any more stone blocks. The Colosseum, despite its already dilapidated state, is no longer an open-air quarry. It becomes a spiritual heritage, guarded and protected by papal authority. Parallel to this renewed interest, numerous artists seized the image of the monument to associate it with Christian devotion. Giambattista Piranesi, a Venetian engraver settled in Rome, produces a series of prints that immortalize the mix of ruin and contemplation that reigns in the arcades. His Vedute di Roma spread a vision that is both theatrical and melancholic of the Colosseum, highlighting the enormity of the collapsed walls and the spiritual atmosphere inhabiting the place. Meanwhile, painter Giovanni Paolo Panini, famous for his grand representations of Roman antiquities, creates watercolors and canvases where the edifice appears bathed in an almost mystical light. His works, prized by travelers undertaking the grand tour, help to shape the European imagination of a consecrated Colosseum, where antiquity and faith converge along the processions. Without losing its aura of ancient ruin, the Roman amphitheater thus assumes a new role, emblematic of Baroque piety and the radiance of Catholicism. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the systematic exploration of the Colosseum took place in a broader context of rediscovery of antiquity, marked by the curiosity of European elites and by the cultural movement known today as neoclassicism. Travelers participating in the Grand Tour, a formative journey undertaken by many young aristocrats or artists from France, Great Britain, or elsewhere, gradually spread the idea that the ruins of Rome constitute a unique heritage. This heritage, they believed, allowed for an in-depth study that could illuminate the past and inspire the architectural styles of the time. In this intellectual climate, the Colosseum, then called the Flavian Amphitheater by scholars, aroused growing interest among architects, engineers, and archaeologists eager to understand its architecture, construction techniques, and tumultuous history. The first scientific surveys were born from this enthusiasm and unfolded over more than a century, from the late 18th century to the unification of Italy in the 19th century. French architects Charles Percier, born in 1764, and Pierre-François Léonard Fontaine, born in 1762, trained at the Royal Academy of Architecture, became central figures in disseminating knowledge of the Colosseum among Europe's artistic and technical circles. During their Roman stays, they undertook to develop as accurate as possible surveys of the structure to measure its proportions and analyze the different orders of arcades. They were particularly interested in the superposition of the three exterior levels, where the Tuscan, Ionic, and Corinthian orders succeed one another, in accordance with the decorative concept desired by the Roman architects of antiquity. At a time when studying classical elements was considered fundamental for training, these detailed plans helped better understand Roman concrete technique, the assembly of travertine blocks, and the arrangement of stairs, corridors, and internal passages. The Briton Robert Adam, born in 1728, also participated in this rediscovery movement. Coming from a family of Scottish builders trained at the Edinburgh School of Architecture, and then in contact with major continental capitals, he set out to draw not only the Colosseum, but also other emblematic monuments of the Eternal City. His surveys were distinguished by a focus on precision in rendering vaults, corridors, and relieving arches, the latter being designed by the Romans to limit pressure on spans. Adam made an effort to note every technical detail prone to clarify the construction process, such as the use of iron cramps to secure blocks or the placement of metal ties intended to prevent wall spreading. Through the drawings he disseminated in England, he maintained a true dialogue between British and Italian scholarly societies, fueling curiosity about major works of antiquity and influencing the neoclassical vogue in aristocratic residences. This methodical approach by the architects was a decisive step in understanding the Colosseum because it went beyond mere romantic contemplation. Dimensional surveys, that is, the precise measurement of height, arena diameter, wall thickness, or arch span, fueled new hypotheses about how Roman engineers conceived a building of such magnitude. They began documenting the monument's interior, including the complex network of corridors, stairs, and seating, which allowed tens of thousands of spectators to take their places. The transformations undergone over the centuries, notably the reuse of arches for installing small shops or recovering stones for palace construction, were the subject of detailed observations. Finally, for the first time in a rigorously scientific manner, interest was shown in the marks of old fires or fractures due to earthquakes in order to date and understand episodes of degradation. From the early 19th century, the concern for the monument's preservation and the exploration of its underground areas intensified. Carlo Fea, born in 1753, an Italian jurist and archaeologist, was appointed Commissario alle Antichità for the Papal States, a position that granted him the necessary authority to oversee excavations, manage the use of ruins, and ensure the protection of Rome's major sites. In 1811, he supervised significant investigations in the Colosseum aimed at better understanding the buried structures and uncovering certain portions to facilitate study. His interest particularly focused on the subterranean area, or hypogea, which at that time was only partially accessible. The exploration revealed a labyrinth of arches, corridors, and chambers, formerly used for storing cages for wild beasts, and the lifting machinery used to raise gladiators and animals into the arena. Fea undertook to clear these spaces to expose the hydraulic installations, pits where lions or leopards were kept, and service paths connecting different sections. The results of his research, documented in reports to the papal authorities, sparked new debates about the Romans' ability to flood the arena for small naval battles. Fea concluded that the Colosseum probably had a network of pipes, but the scale of these aquatic simulations must have been limited due to the lack of sufficiently large infrastructure to maintain a stable water volume. Nevertheless, the discussion remains open among scholars, as some believe that additional works could have been carried out during the Flavian era to adapt the building for this function. By the mid-19th century, archaeology adopted more elaborate methods. The establishment of profiles, the creation of facsimiles, and the identification and recording of stratigraphic layers, when possible, became commonplace. Scholars tried to compare the stability issues faced by the Colosseum with those of other Roman monuments, such as the Pantheon or the Theater of Marcellus, in order to discern general engineering principles validated by several centuries of experimentation. In the complex context of a Rome still under papal control, other initiatives developed to ensure the preservation of remnants threatened by urban growth. The beautification projects inherited from the Renaissance were now giving way to the necessity of preserving the site's historical dimension. In 1870, following the capture of Rome by the troops of the Kingdom of Italy, the Eternal City became the center of political and cultural concerns for the new Italian government. The following year, in 1871, the city was officially designated as the country's capital. This institutional change initiated new urban development projects, some of which aimed to modernize Rome by constructing wide boulevards and grading streets radiating from large plazas. The Catalan urban planner, Ildefons Cerda, born in 1815, best known for reorganizing Barcelona with a grid plan, proposed a comprehensive vision that would include the Colosseum in a system of avenues emanating from the monument as a nodal point, so as to enhance its visual impact within the urban fabric. This idea of radial avenues, sometimes compared to the Haussmannian breakthroughs in Paris, attracted the interest of part of the Italian elite, who saw in the amphitheater a symbol of imperial grandeur, capable of giving the city international prestige. However, the plan was not fully realized, as it clashed with the desire to protect the historical environment and the lack of funding to expropriate the surrounding neighborhoods. New extensive excavations were undertaken under the direction of Colonel Pietro Rosa, born in 1810. A military man by training and an engineer passionate about archaeology, he sought to free the arena and hypogeum from the debris accumulated over the centuries. Between 1874 and 1885, he cleared vast underground sections that had hitherto been obstructed or partially collapsed, highlighting the complexity of the machinery system. Archaeologists discovered, in particular, the housings for the capstans, these powerful winches operated by men or draft animals, which allowed platforms to be quickly hoisted upon which gladiators and animals took their places. The mechanisms of wooden traps, sometimes pivoting, were highlighted by the study of grooves, carved into the limestone slabs, and by the presence of anchor points where vertical bars or metal pivots were to be fixed. The exploration of a system of channels and water drainage indicates that the space under the arena was designed to discharge liquids and waste, or to partially flood the track for aquatic shows. Pietro Rosa paid particular attention to reading the traces left on the walls, as they revealed the location of condemned ancient access doors or the distribution of service corridors. His excavations also focused on dating the different phases of restoration undertaken since late antiquity. It was found that the building's resilience required successive repairs after each major earthquake, with entire sections of masonry sometimes rebuilt in brick, indicating a renewed interest in the monument at each pivotal era. The discoveries of this period sparked several archaeological debates, especially regarding the exact function of the annular vaults located beneath the stands. These vaults, arranged in concentric circles, give the illusion of a structure both light and sturdy, and were long considered simple circulation or storage areas. More precise surveys show that they also play a fundamental role in load distribution. They collect the weight of the cavea and transmit it to support points, generally travertine pillars or radial walls elaborated in opus caementicium. Some specialists suggest that these vaults also housed ventilation or heating machinery, but no material evidence seems to categorically prove this. However, the subject is the focus of animated debates in Italian and foreign journals, as the study of Roman engineering fascinates as much as it questions. The question of identifying lifting mechanisms is another point of contention. While some believe that rudimentary counterweight systems were sufficient to lift entire platforms, other specialists assume more sophisticated devices involving gears or carrier wheels. Pietro Rosa, in his early reports, mentioned the discovery of metal fragments, hooks, and hinges that might have belonged to large wooden structures, but corrosion and the imprecision of historical sources make any definitive reconstruction difficult. The debates, fueled by correspondence exchanged between scholarly societies in London and those in Turin or Florence, enhance the interest of the educated public in the feats of antiquity. The scale of these excavations and studies draws attention to the overall stability of the Colosseum, several parts of which still threaten to collapse. Consolidation interventions multiplied from the first half of the 19th century, but it was under Pius IX, whose pontificate lasted from 1846 to 1878, that the most significant work concentrated before and just after the integration of Rome into the Kingdom of Italy. The Pope, keen to preserve this emblematic monument, encouraged the restoration of the outer arcades and the reinforcement of certain cracked pillars. To restore the original appearance while consolidating the structure, bricks were sometimes used visibly amid travertine blocks, a technique that then sparked mixed opinions. Purists saw it as a deviation from ancient aesthetics, while advocates of less invasive restoration viewed it as a necessary evil to keep the building standing. The striking contrast between the worn white of the limestone and the warmer color of the red brick still signals today the locations of these 19th century structural interventions. Beyond masonry, specially designed abutments are installed to stabilize certain sensitive parts. Engineer Alessandro Vitti, whose name appears in several records of the Fabbrica di San Pietro, the organization responsible for the maintenance of St. Peter's Basilica, is tasked with designing buttresses and metal tie rods at the upper levels. The goal is to channel the thrusts exerted by the vaults on the outer perimeter by adding pieces that, without altering the overall design, preserve the geometry of the building. Vitti's technical reports emphasize the choice of iron alloys treated to resist corrosion, as well as the use of staples meant to hold the most unstable blocks. Although criticized by some detractors of modernism, these measures prefigure conservation interventions that would continue into the 20th century, with more sophisticated reinforcement techniques and better performing materials. In the years following Rome's establishment as the capital, the monument also became a stake in the political rivalries of the young unified state. Italian authorities were torn between the desire to erect new public buildings befitting a modern metropolis and the need for protective barriers around ancient ruins. The proponents of urban transformation, inspired by the example of Paris or Vienna, wanted to create wide avenues radiating from the Colosseum towards the Seven Hills, also enhancing the ruins of the Forum and the Palatine. Meanwhile, heritage defenders feared these openings would damage the historical setting and the age-old layers visible in the surrounding medieval districts. The Certa project considered partially redesigning the monument's southern side to clear it of a series of neighboring constructions and extending the Via di San Giovanni in Laterano with a monumental artery. However, discussions encountered financial issues and sometimes vigorous opposition from local owners who refused the costly and uncertain expropriations. Faced with these political and economic constraints, a reduced version of this plan materialized at the end of the 19th century, without proceeding with the comprehensive overhaul suggested by Cerda. In this environment, excavation and restoration campaigns at the Colosseum continued, but their objectives shifted. There was a move from an approach mainly aimed at unveiling the ruins to satisfy scholarly curiosity or aesthetic aspirations, to a progressive awareness of the importance of preserving the site's integrity for future generations. Writings by Rosa, like those of Fea, were archived in academy libraries, while the plans of Percier, Fontaine, or Adam circulated in architecture workshops, sometimes inspiring decorative elements in private mansions or public theaters across Europe. Some critics worried about an excessive staging of the ruins, fearing the Colosseum might become just an urban ornament, devoid of history. Others, in contrast, believed the site deserved rehabilitation for new cultural or civic uses, echoing old Renaissance-era projects that already wanted to transform the arena into a modern, scenic space. Debates persist about the boundary to establish between respect for archaeological authenticity and functional transformations. Meanwhile, excavations became more meticulous and managed to unearth fragments of mosaics, pieces of crockery, or Latin inscriptions, archaeological clues that provide information on the monument's daily life during imperial Rome, as well as on later periods when the Colosseum was alternately a fortress, a place of worship, or a stone quarry. Restorations and surveys were accompanied by the publication of large-scale plans, where the different conservation states were marked by colors or distinct signs. For example, one can distinguish ancient travertine, original opus caementitium, medieval period reconstructions, late brick walls, and recent consolidations. This method of visual documentation proved valuable for future generations of researchers who could, thanks to these sources, trace the edifice's evolution and identify trends in maintenance techniques. Debates on the annular vaults and the identification of internal mechanisms then revolve around the discussions about the place of the Colosseum in the modern city. Learned societies advocate for isolating the site to better understand its footprint and prevent new buildings from obscuring its silhouette. Others believe, on the contrary, that traffic flows should surround it to enhance this tourist hub and allow it to fully exist in contemporary life. The Terra project remains, in the collective imagination, the symbol of a planned Rome that combines past and future, yet without fully achieving realization. The discovery of the underground areas by Pietro Rosa and the reinforcements made under Pius IX, integrating the impulses of Alessandro Viti, ultimately leave a more stable structure, more comprehensible to the visitor's eye, while preserving its original components as much as possible.